time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
A Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash. It starts now. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. Now, today is the actual start of NFL free agency. You know, those other legal tampering days. Today at 4 o'clock, everything becomes official. So we could get some curveballs today. Maybe a little Fernando Venezuela screwball thrown in there. A little something, a little kooky coming at you. We'll see if anything happens. But we got you covered here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. You could be a part of the show. Text in 609-403-0973. Here's a couple takes to start the day off. The Eagles could lose more players today, and it wouldn't be all that surprising, would it? If the Eagles actually lost more players today, they could lose Dallas Goedert in a matter of 2 hours. Mekhi Becton hasn't signed as of this moment yet, and that's a possibility that could still happen. They also could add players, I guess. That is a possibility, right? What a concept. They could add players. I've noticed today that some Eagles fans are getting a little antsy. Like, you know, it's so funny how Eagle fans, it's Howie season, trust Howie. You've turned and now embraced Howie. It's Howie season. And then 48 minutes into free agency, you're already like, oh, what are they doing? They haven't done anything yet. Settle, everybody. Settle. This is essentially what happens when you win the Super Bowl. Teams are going to come after your free agents. They're going to overpay your free agents, so you have to make decisions. The Eagles also are a team that has to kind of trust I don't want to say trust their process, but they have drafted in a way to where over the years they believe that they have the talent to replace some of those guys. But that doesn't mean that they can't be active in free agency, and I think they will. I think they, there was a report last night, I should say, that the Eagles were interested in free agent safety Justin Reed. Now, he ended up signing with the Saints, and he actually got real money. So the Eagles didn't pay that money, but they were obviously willing to pay real money, just not that kind of real money, to get someone to replace Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So when they traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson away, maybe they had their eye on a free agent safety to replace him. So we can read some tea leaves here. And then on the Talking Ball podcast, a free agent safety basically said the Eagles are high on his list of places to go. This is free agent safety Justin Simmons, who played for Vic Fangio in Denver. Last year, he spent the season in Atlanta with the Falcons. But he says joining the Eagles interests him. Here's why.
Man, having a chance to reunite with Vic, and then also the defensive backs coach, Christian Parker, he's over there. I've worked with him the last maybe 4 years with Denver. And he was a huge piece of, obviously there's a lot of rotating, coaches, defensive coordinators. And so he was a huge piece, the stability year in and year out, the terminology, the practices, like there was a lot of familiarity with him.
So that's Justin Simmons, two-time Pro Bowler, a couple times second-team All-Pro. He basically says that reuniting with Vic Fangio interests him. But he also throws in the caveat that Christian Parker, who is the secondary coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, that he also was in Denver, and that all of that interests him, that coming back and playing for Vic Fangio, that interests him. Now, would getting Justin Simmons in here do anything for anybody? Can he still play? Yeah, he actually had a pretty decent year last year with the Falcons, but keep in mind, he's getting older. But does it make sense to bring in a guy who's in his 30s to play safety on your team? You got a couple of guys here. Well, one of the things from Justin Simmons, he talks about why he is interested in becoming a Philadelphia Eagle.
Man, there's a lot of good things about Philly. Obviously, I think their offense is clearly one of the most talented in the league. That offensive line is unbelievable. But what the defense did this past season to go win that Super Bowl is crazy. Like watching those guys operate, you could tell the leadership there, top down, is by far one of the best in the league. So to have an opportunity to go play in Philly, especially reuniting with Vic and CP, like we just talked about, it's high on the list.
Yeah. He talks about all the talent here, but again, he goes right back to having the chance to reunite with Vic and CP. That is high on the list. Those two things sound like they interest Justin Simmons the most here. Now, another interesting thing that I think Justin Simmons brings up is he brings up the Fangio defense and why it is a great fit for what he does.
I love Vic's scheme because I think it highlights a lot of the things that I do well. There's a lot of pre-snap communication. There's a lot of pre-snap recognition. And the idea behind everything is that the guy that gets paid the most on the field, the quarterback, we need to find ways to disrupt his rhythm, right? You can't just show your hand every time. So the too high shell, there's just so much that you could do out of that shell.
Tremendous insight there to hear him say how much communication and why that's why the back end works here, which I think is such an interesting thing about the Eagles. Think about this, okay? The Eagles went and won a Super Bowl in a year where you had a rookie corner, a rookie nickel. You had a rookie, I don't want to say a rookie. Look, Zach Ball's been in the league, but he's never played middle linebacker before. So you had a guy playing middle linebacker for the first time in his career at that position. Nolan Smith was essentially a rookie, but he barely played as a rookie. Think about all those guys who were first-time starters or rookies plugged into very important positions on the field. And Justin Simmons could be a guy that he mentioned, I already know the terminology. I've already played for Fangio. I've already played for Justin Parker, the defensive backs coach for Philadelphia. So he said he's a great fit. He said he's interested in coming here, but he said watching the Eagles' defense this year really showed why Vic Fangio is so important.
I think Vic's just been a mastermind over his NFL career as a coach of finding guys with the right talent to fit his scheme and to run it well. And I think that's what you saw in Philly this past season. Obviously, he's had success at other places, but Philly really, I think, exemplified that well on that Super Bowl run.
I like the word he uses, mastermind, right? He's really a mastermind in what he did. It's funny. You also have to remember, though, he was in Miami, and apparently they didn't think he was a mastermind. What does that tell you? The Eagles have players that are willing to be coached, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to win a championship. And I think Justin Simmons recognizes that. But I do think there's some more good insight from him here about beating the Vic Fangio defense. Listen to what he says.
First and foremost, running the football. Like if you have success running the ball against a too high show because you're lighter in the box, you're going to have to start showing your hand. That's like the number one defensive tip is like, get down, because we're not stopping the run. You got to have bodies in the run count.
So that's an interesting reason why, because they just let Milton Williams go. But Milton Williams is not like a run-stuffing defensive tackle. That's why I think it's interesting. The one weakness he thinks is in that defense is run stuffing. So you wonder if that's an area where Philadelphia is going to look to beef up a little bit more and find a defensive tackle. You know, you got Moro Ojomo, who's a smaller defensive tackle. You got Thomas Booker, who's a smaller defensive tackle. Do they try to find that guy who maybe is a little bit better against the run than Milton Williams? Milton Williams was not great against the run. He was more of an athletic, pass-rushing interior guy. So that I thought was pretty interesting insight there from Justin Simmons. And, you know, one of the big things that he has noticed, you know, in playing defense, not just for Vic Fangio, but in the NFL, is the effect that tempo has on the way that you play defense.
when offense runs tempo and not even like on the ball and snapping it within 5 seconds, like even just getting on the ball and hard counting, it just, as a defender, you just feel rushed. So you start moving, and then the quarterback has tells off that. But also when you go tempo, a coordinator feels rushed most times, and you tend to go out with like a basic call.
So you look at what Philadelphia now has to replace. He talks about tempo and you feel rushed. Tie it back to what he said before, communication. I feel rushed, but we have good communication back here. Well, now you got to get a new safety and potentially a new corner to go in there. And that's where I feel that Philadelphia does have to worry a little bit, is the communication aspect of this. You can't undervalue how important that is to the success of the Eagle defense last year. I talked about it last year during the year. You're thinking, man, this team with 2 rookies on the field, they never have a breakdown. They never seem to have a communication problem, and that is rare with rookies on the field. So I think when you look at the loss of the players, don't discount the loss of the communication that they had back there, and how it all kind of was simpatico in Slay and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. And don't forget Zach Bond. He's a part of that too. He's part of coverage, all of that stuff. So I definitely think that having a guy like Justin Simmons, while it might not excite people because of his age, he might be a guy that does make some sense because he knows the terminology, he knows the defense. So that could be a guy who I would caution is not the same player that he was when Vic Fangio had him in Denver, years ago. He played in Denver for 8 years. He spent last season with Atlanta for 1 year, and he was okay in Atlanta. It wasn't like he's a washed-up player, but he most likely isn't going to be the player that many people remember. 2-time Pro Bowler, 3-time second-team All-Pro safety. But if he's saying, hey, I want to come to Philadelphia, it would be high priority for me to come there, I think it's a guy that the Eagles definitely have to kick the tires on, because while, yes, the Eagles are looking to get younger, yes, the Eagles are looking to find ways to save cash. They are trying to find ways to save cash right now. That's been the big reporting, and that's been the story, is they are trying to find ways. The Eagles spend more cash than any team in football. They are the number 1 team in the NFL when it comes to spending cash. They are trying to find ways to retain some cash because of all of the big contracts that they have signed and all of the big salary signing bonuses, not salary so much, but signing bonuses that they have paid out, and they're just going through the system. Adam Schefter this morning was on the Pat McAfee show and brought up an interesting point about why the Eagles are doing what they have done.
Are scheduled to have 20 draft picks in the next 2 years, Ty. 20 picks. Most teams in a given draft have 7. The Eagles have 20 the next 2 years, including 11 in the first 4 rounds of the next 2 years. 11 and 17 in the first 5 rounds the next 2 years.
So think about that. The Eagles have 20 draft choices coming to them, 11 in the first 5 rounds. So they're looking at an influx of talent coming in here. It's almost like a basketball team like Oklahoma City. They have all these first-round picks, and they just don't even know what to do with them anymore. You have 20 picks coming in. So what does that say? They have a plan to probably use those picks to either bring in more talent and or do what? Make a trade, right? You make a trade, and you basically try to find ways to get guys on the 1-year deal, last year their contract, rework the contract, do that kind of stuff. As Adam Schefter explained here, it's part of their plan.
You know what those picks do? Those picks give you a chance to bring in good young players on rookie contracts that allow you to pay the veteran superstars. So they're planning on these young players stepping in. And who has had a better drafting record than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Think about that statement, too. Who's had a better drafting record than the Philadelphia Eagles? Rewind that and play it 5 years ago. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That is where we start today's show. Any interest in bringing in a player like Justin Simmons? We'll go through all the stuff. I would imagine Dallas Goedert's name's one to watch today. Kenny Gainwell reportedly is signing with a new team as well. So that means another free agent could be leaving. I thought Schefter brought up some points. Simmons saying he wants to play, or that the Eagles would be high on his list. Lot to kind of start today's show off with here today.
Mike, I want to go back to what Simmons said about the communication, because who wears the green dot for the Eagles? It's Zach Bond. He's the guy who gets the calls in his ear. So the Eagles didn't just invest in a guy who was a Defensive Player of the Year finalist and All-Pro, Mike. They also invested in arguably the most important communicator on that side of the ball in Zach Bond.
Yeah, and, it's one of the things that we talked about. Bond is the guy. He's a part of it, but you're losing two pieces of that. And I think that's something the Eagles have to be cognizant of, is you lose two guys. It's not just the talent that you've lost. Yes, let's go out on a limb and say you're bringing in a more talented player. Great, you got a more talented player. But don't discount the fact that he might not communicate as well and that there could be breakdowns. I thought that was one of the underrated parts about the Eagles defense, is that you never saw a breakdown. You never saw a big play happen, a broken play, a blown coverage, nothing. Like, yeah, it happens once in a blue moon, but those were the things that really crippled this team the year before. They had big play after big play after big play. And then what do we hear football at 4? A lot of reporting that they weren't listening to the secondary room. Some of the secondary players weren't even listening or talking to Sean Desai.
Sean Desai was poor communicating back to them when they asked questions, which is the flip side opposite, because remember, Darius Slayo said on his podcast, we played the audio a couple months ago, Mike, Fangio spent all of OTAs, all of training camp, getting guys into positions where they were forced to learn how to communicate better. So this is a part of who Fangio is. If you're buying in to his system, what are you doing in the offseason? You are getting that communication right before you ever get to the season.
So that's an interesting point to start the show. Justin Simmons, I don't know that he's a name that gets people excited. We have come into a world where everything is you want younger, right? The old guy is the old guy. Not interested, know what he does, doesn't excite you anymore. At some point you get a player who gets to an age that you're just no longer excited about that guy. He's a veteran, not excited. I don't know that Justin Simmons is a guy that excites people, but I think he is a guy, the Eagle fans always fall into this interesting trap. Does Justin Simmons excite you?
Does it matter?
And they haven't even signed him yet, by the way. I'm just saying. No, I'm saying, when I say that name, is he a name that you're like, that's a good player? They would be a better team. Last year in Atlanta, 16 games, 62 tackles, 2 interceptions, 7 pass breakups. I mean, it was a solid year for him, right about what he's been. I mean, he has been a pretty solid player over his 8-9 years in the league. He's been right around that number. He used to be a 100 tackle guy. Now he's in the 70-60 range. 2 interceptions last year, 3 the year before, 6. So he's kind of a guy who's all over. Like, could he help this defense? Would they be better with Justin Simmons playing safety, or seeing what's behind door number 2 and going with an unknown like Sidney Brown, Tristan McCollum?
No, you want Justin Simmons because you need that insurance policy. You need that extra voice on this team to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. You don't want to get too experimental this year.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. It's the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, rate, subscribe, follow along, be a part of the show. We got you till 6 o'clock tonight. And coming up, We got chances for you all day today to win tickets to the MAC Basketball Championship at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Now, you were up there last night.
I was.
You
there
went
for
to both
games.
games.
Yes.
You saw a buzzer beater in the first game.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was a very competitive game.
I watched that Ryder game, Ryder and Siena. I watched that game last night on ESPN Plus. And the second game, who played in the late game?
Sacred Heart beat Fairfield. It was actually the third time they beat them this year.
So that was last night at a buzzer beater at Boardwalk Hall. We got tickets for tomorrow's game. I'll tell you how to win them coming up. Plus, I have details. You ready for this? I have details on how you can enter to win tickets for the Phillies home opener and Metallica coming to Lincoln Financial Field for 2 shows. And I have tickets for both. We're going to tell you how you can start entering to win those this week on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies home opener tickets plus parking and Metallica Lincoln Financial Field 2 nights. Apparently, they're not repeating any songs from either night. You're getting 2 completely different shows. We'll have the details on how you can win them coming up a little bit later on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We are just getting cooking, but retweet the show right now. Subscribe on YouTube and be a part of it. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles fans, sacred and rejoice.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few tabs. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Good morning, big freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-498-6548. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-498-6548. That's 800-498-6548. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health. Delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, moving the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidelines. No shortcuts. Their EHC office provides privacy, comfort, flat-screen TVs, and zero fluff. Get stronger and get healthier and get back in the game with free testosterone tests and consultation, a complete medical evaluation, and a customized game plan. With on-site lab, you'll get testosterone levels in just 15 minutes. Call Game Day Men's Health and EHT, 609-365-7088. or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT and GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill sent you for a special offer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County with a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel. We provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 228, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City stops by, as he does on a Wednesday. Are the Eagles better? What's next for the Birds? Are they a better team today? Is that the right question? Are they going to be better? Is there a method to the Roseman madness right now that you're trusting in blindly, or is it fair to start asking what's going on with the Birds? Let's ask Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. He joins me now on the Sports Bash. Is that a fair question, Mike? Is it fair to say, what is Roseman's plan here? They haven't done anything, and they've lost a lot.
Well, I think a couple of things, right? I think, number one, it's not fair to ask whether they're better now than they were on Super Bowl Sunday. I think the time to ask that question will be, the opening week of next season. And as far as the plan goes, I think Howie was straightforward when he told us at the Combine that it was going to look different, and it certainly is going to look different. And I think what you're seeing now is, the core is staying together, but there's going to be a different group, obviously, around the core to sort of augment that core and help that core go forward. And I think change was inevitable. And I'll say this about the Eagles. They're not sentimental. They are not sentimental at all. So, which probably in the long run is a good thing.
Of all the moves that have happened so far, do any of them leave you scratching your head as to, I don't know why they did that one?
Yeah, in looking at it, the trade of C.J. Gardner-Johnson seems to me a little peculiar. They get Kenyon Green back, they get a 5th-round pick, but I kind of sit there and say, was that really necessary? A lot of the other moves, watching Milton Williams go for $63 million guaranteed, boy, the Eagles aren't going to match that. Watching Josh Sweat go to the Cardinals for $41 million guaranteed. You kind of had a feeling they're not going to match that. So I understand all the moves they made. The one that I find kind of peculiar is the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade.
Yeah, C.J. Gardner-Johnson traded yesterday, and a lot of this keeps coming back to Mike, cash. They're trying to free up cash, and the C.J. Gardner-Johnson one, well, they really only saved about $200,000 in that particular deal. So I guess, as free agency hasn't even officially started today, do we think that Howie does have a big move in there still, or is this going to be one of those off seasons that, hey, we just had to rebalance the books? And don't forget, as we played the Adam Schefter bite from earlier today on the Pat McAfee show, he said they're going to have 20 picks over the next 2 drafts. 11 of those picks are in the top 5 rounds of the draft.
Well, you just led me right into what I was about to say there. I think, now watch, I'll say this, and tomorrow they'll go out and make some sort of big signing or something like that. I think, not that they're not trying to win this year or take a step back, but I think they're sort of recalibrating the roster here, balancing in their younger players, trying to get younger, thinking of down the road when they'll have to pay guys like Jalen Carter and other rookies that have performed well. So I think they might be taking a step backwards this year. And when I say take a step backwards, that doesn't mean they're not going to be any good next year. That doesn't mean they're not trying to win. That doesn't mean they can't do what they did this season. I think maybe they're taking a step back roster-wise and then putting themselves in position. Like you just said, all those draft picks, that's a lot of capital to make a trade. I feel fairly confident in saying that the Eagles will not be making 11 picks in the first 5 rounds of the 26th draft. They're going to trade up, trade down, whatever. I think they're putting themselves in position to make a big move in 26 and 27. So this could be, from a roster standpoint, not a competitive standpoint on the field, a little bit of recalibration of the roster, sort of reset things out there and put yourself in position to make a big move in 26 or 27.
We're talking with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Free agency underway. The Eagles, not one signing yet, Mike. They did make a trade where they got Kenyon Green, but, they have not added one particular player. They made 2 trades, actually. They traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They traded Kenny Pickett. And then, of course, all the signings that have walked out the door here. And, one of the things I find interesting about Roseman is, Mike, isn't it ironic that for years people wanted him gone because of his drafting record, and now you're almost believing in him because of his drafting record?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like his journey in the Philadelphia sports mind. I mean, it wasn't more than a couple of years ago where people wanted him gone, as you said, exactly. Wide receivers that he drafted didn't work out. Other picks didn't work out. And now there's almost a blind trust in him. Maybe we need to come to a sort of happy medium here when it comes to Howie and not overreact one way or the other. I will say this. I think his moves and what he's done with the Eagles, again, 3 Super Bowl appearances in 7-8 years, 2 Super Bowl wins. It's tough to argue with, I think you do have to kind of trust him going forward, and I do think this is a slight sort of reset the roster. We're still going to be good. As far as I know, Jalen Hurts is still on the team. Saquon Barkley's still on the team. Jalen Carter's still on the team. A.J. Brown's still on the team. Lane Johnson's still on the team. Kenyon Mitchell's still on the team. They brought back Zach Braun. It's not like they're bereft of talent because they let Kenny Gainwell walk out the door and Kenny Pickett. Things are going to be all here.
No, you're right. Well, it's funny, Mike. I'm getting text messages yesterday. What are we, the Florida Marlins? You win a Super Bowl and then you let everybody walk. I mean, it's getting a little bonkers. But that's what ends up happening is, people are greedy. They want another one. And obviously, you can't keep everybody there. And that's where you mentioned they brought back the core of this team offensively. You're bringing back literally the entire starting offense, save for potentially the right guard. And you have a guy to step into that spot who played a lot in Tyler Steen. They traded for a guy who was a former first-round pick that, okay, he'll come in and compete for that job. The only guy you might lose on offense that has an impact is Dallas Goedert. And I think the Eagles are saying, look, we've got all our stars locked up. Just trust that we're going to put the other complementary pieces back into place.
Yeah, Eagles fans are sounding a lot like Yankees fans these days. The Yankees want everybody. They want Juan Soto, they want Ohtani, they want this guy, they want that guy. Eagles fans are sounding a lot like Yankees fans these days. The truth is, in the NFL today, salary cap league, you can't keep everybody. And like I said, the core of the team is there. If you were to stop like the average fan on the street and say, name me 10 Philadelphia Eagles, I guarantee you that person could name 10 Eagles, and they wouldn't name one of the people that walked out the door either by trade or free agency in the last 4 or 5 days.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Got the Eagles, obviously, with their offseason rocking and rolling here. Well, not so much rocking so much. They've been rolling guys out the door.
Yeah,
nothing has come in quite yet. Let's go down to Clearwater. I want to get a quick thought on the Phils and what's going on there. Haven't heard a lot. They've been under the radar, but Matt Strom, little of a shoulder thing, might not be ready for opening day. And, is that something that this bullpen, we don't know what to think of this bullpen to begin with. Is that a bigger problem?
Well, to me, Mike, it's an issue, and I don't care what the Phillies say about it. Anytime you mention shoulder impingement and a pitcher's name in the same sentence, I don't care what the Phillies say about it. I am concerned about this injury to Matt Strom. He is a perfect candidate to sort of have some sort of arm injury. I don't blame the Phillies for the way they used him the past 2 years. I would have used him the same exact way, but he started some games. He was a long man. He was a high leverage guy, a lot of appearances. That's sort of a recipe to develop some arm trouble. It's almost the cost of doing business in Major League Baseball. I'm concerned about this Strom injury because, if you look at the bullpen, it was kind of down a guy anyway. You let Carlos Tevez walk. You let Jeff Hoffman walk. I understand why. You bring in Jordan Romano, but you're still down an arm in that bullpen. So I am concerned with Matt Strom not being not being ready to go. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Jose Alvarado. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Taylor Banks. It says to me, it's a concern to me. Anytime I hear shoulder and pitcher, and especially in a bullpen that looks a little bit short anyway, Jordan Romano, he's a question mark, right? He's coming off an injury. He's coming off a shoulder impingement. So, 100%, mark me down, check the box. Concerned when it comes to Matt Strom.
I bring this because, obviously spring training is a hard place to get a feel on bullpen guys and what it's going to look like. And I think you're right. I look at this team. I actually think this team might go over 95 wins. If you said over under 95, which isn't even their over, I think it's like 91. I'm going 95, and I said I think I'm going over because their starting pitching is so good. But I just wonder if that bullpen is good enough because in the end, that was a major problem for them last year. And then this, as you just mentioned, and I don't know that they have enough other pieces to kind of get them through and turn to if there's an injury like a Matt Strom. People forget how important he was last year.
He was an all-star last year. I mean, he was tremendous. I mean, the first half of the year when the Phillies were playing great, he was as big a reason why as anybody on that roster. And Mike, when you look at it, not only does it put pressure on Alvarado, who supposedly has dropped some weight and looks better in spring training, it also puts a little pressure on Orion Kirkland. He's a guy that a lot of people thought could have a breakout year this year, me included. He's a guy that's got closer stuff. Is there going to be pressure on him to sort of emerge earlier than expected? And Jordan Romano, I like Jordan Romano. I like the signing. I think he's a quality pitcher. Mike, I love guys that come from the AL East. They're used to pitching in big spots in tough ballparks. Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, Camden Yards. Every game is a big game in the American League East. So I like the Jordan Romano signing, but he's coming off a little shoulder injury, shoulder impingement too. So, there were questions about the bullpen going into the season, and Matt Strom developing this injury heightens those questions. And, I'm concerned about it going forward because I think it's a potential weakness for the Phillies. Now, it's a weakness that can be fixed at the trade deadline because there's always arms available. You just got to get the right one. Last year, they didn't get the right one, and Carlos Estevez, because last we saw him, he was turning around watching a Francisco Lindor grand slam at City Field.
About 2 weeks left to go in spring training to kind of figure things out. It's a long season, that we know, but keep an eye on the Phillies bullpen. It could be a problem for them this year if somebody doesn't emerge. And then, of course, if you have an injury, as Mike McGarry stated. Mike, it is the local version of March Madness. I know you've been all over the place following some of the local teams. What are we down to?
Yeah, we're down to, the Ocean City boys last night lost a heartbreaker to Colts Neck in the State Group 3 semifinal. I'm about to head out to Monroe High School in a little bit. The Middle Township girls take on the Manasquan girls in the State Group 2 semifinals. The Middle Township girls, the last Cape Atlantic League team left. And then, of course, we've got the March Madness going on over at Boardwalk Hall with the MAC tournament, second day of the MAC tournament. That finishes up on Saturday. And then, Mike, check out my must-win online today or tomorrow. Stephanie Gately of Ocean City and the Fairleigh Dickinson women will play for a spot in the NCAA tournament on Thursday night when they play Chicago State at home in the NCAA tournament. So Stephanie Gately with a chance to go dancing with the FDU woman if she gets a win on Thursday night.
All right, there you go. You can check out all of that coverage over at pressofatlanticcity.com, at AC Press McGarry for updates throughout the games. And, of course, he'll be back on Friday on the Sports Bash. Michael, thank you, buddy.
We'll see you down the road, Mike. Thanks.
All right, there's Mike. And, of course, he'll be back Friday right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Well, you just heard him mention Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Right now, I'm going to give you the first opportunity, all right? Tomorrow night session at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. First 5 people to text in MAC, M-A-A-C, N-A-C, MAC, N-A-C. Include your first and last name. First 5 people, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Text in MAC in AC. First 5, you have a family 4-pack of tickets for the MAC Basketball Championship tomorrow night at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. The action starts at 6 o'clock. We will contact you to confirm if you are one of the first 5 to do so. MAC, NAC, first and last name, simple as that. If you get contacted by us, you're going to the game tomorrow night, a family 4-pack of tickets for Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. That is your first opportunity right now, 609-403-0973. One more time, text MAC, NAC with your first and last name. It's pretty simple. First 5 to do so. You're going tomorrow night, family 4-pack. We got 5 family 4-packs for tomorrow night's session. It's 2 games, 6 and 8:30 at the Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City as we're getting deeper into the tournament. Tomorrow night, Friday night will be the semis, and Saturday is the championships. Later on in the show, I'll have a chance for you to go Friday on the Sports Bash. But right now, last chance, text MAC in AC with your first and last name to 609-403-0973, and you will get a family 4-pack of tickets for tomorrow night's games at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, we're going to be trying to do this a little bit more. Awful Announcing is one of my favorite sites. Our first one is going to involve Shaquille O'Neal. Wait till you hear what he said last night. Oh, my gosh. I don't know that I can ever take Shaq serious again. Not that I really did. That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
Listen to all the bet. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Bally Bet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino. Download it.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guys in the know, and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GEAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GEAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GEAR.
Good morning, freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing?
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit maxsports.com/basketball for more information.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 2:49. We have our first batch of winners. We'll contact those people. A lot of people texting in. Don't worry. We got another chance for you to win those tickets coming up for Friday night's action later on in the show, but we did get our first 5 thanks to all the people who texted in. That was a lot of people there, Josh. I was a little thrown off by the amount of people early in the show.
Yes, we will get back to everybody. Just please be patient.
Now, you were there last night. Not a great crowd.
Definitely not for the second game.
It's a tough sell, 8:30 at night on a Tuesday.
Yeah, 8:30 night on a Tuesday, and also I have to imagine a lot of people, they just have lives, you know?
Well, I'm saying Tuesday night, 8:30, not easy. Thursday, Friday, you're hoping. Listen, I get it. It's hard to fill that place up early in the week, but hopefully by Thursday, Friday, and the championship game on Saturday. If you have not gone to a game at Boardwalk Hall, get out there, because I'm telling you, this year and next year, the last 2 years of the contract, if there are no people in the building, you will lose another thing that comes to Boardwalk Hall that is family friendly, that a lot of people in this area, unfortunately have not done a great job of supporting. And listen, people have said, well, I didn't even know about it. They haven't done a good job promoting it. I understand. But you have a chance to make a impulse decision and say, you know what, I'm going to the game tonight. You got games right now all day. The women are playing during the day. The men play at night. You can go there, if you're a basketball fan, from noon basically all the way through these first couple days. So we do got a lot of tickets that we're going to be giving away tonight as well. For Friday's show, for Friday's action, and that is the semifinals, and that is going to be some really good basketball. You went last night and saw the buzzer beater.
I did. I saw the Ryder buzzer beater, yeah. And by the way, can I say really quick?
I was watching the game last night. Now, I'm going, so just to say, well, why don't you go? I am going Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm going Thursday, Friday, Saturday to games.
Friday's usually my favorite night, actually. I love the semifinal the most.
Yeah, the Friday night doubleheader because you get the 2 semis.
Yep.
So you get the 6. Thursday, when I'm done the show, I'm going to head over for Thursday night. Then Friday, I'm going after the show as well.
Nice.
And then Saturday, I'm calling the final.
Fancy.
So I'll be there 3 nights. I think, listen, I'm going. I can't be called a hypocrite if I'm going 3 out of the 5 nights, right?
You're going 3 out of 5. I'm going 3 out of 5. Look at us.
Earnshaw's going too, right?
He hasn't told what nights he's going yet. I know he's busy tonight, but I think he might be going tomorrow.
All right. Awful announcing is one of my favorite spots. Listen to this from Shaquille O'Neal. This is Shaquille O'Neal last night, I guess, on Inside the NBA on TNT. Listen to what he has to say here.
You said something very interesting about Cade Cunningham. Great player now at this stage. He plays at his own pace. Anybody that can consistently play at their own pace and put up numbers, it's a great player. I like the way he's playing. I like what Chauncey is doing. Those guys play hard. My favorite player on that team is Isaiah Stewart. Big body, hard guy. Like to knock people out, push people out.
No, I can't let this go. Like who's doing it? You said Chauncey?
Chauncey's the coach, right?
Okay.
No. That's he coach. Who's the coach of J.B. Bickerstaff. That's what I mean. Hey, you know, first of all, I don't watch Detroit. How about that, boo-boo? I don't watch him. So I messed up. I made a mistake.
You put a trail on.
It's a terrible job. It's an awful job. So he just routinely says, like, I'm doing a great job. I like the job that Chauncey's doing. And then he says it again. And then
Candace Parker
she says, wait, I can't let you do this. Who's the coach of the team? And he says, Chauncey Billups. So you could say, like, hey, I just messed up and said Chauncey, but no. He legitimately thought, I even knew Chauncey Billups is the coach of the Portland Trailblazers. Now, did I know that J.B. Bickerstaff was the coach of Detroit? When she said it, it kind of hit me a little bit there. But I knew Chauncey Billups is the coach of Portland, and I'm not on Inside the NBA on TNT.
What made it worse?
Awful job by him.
What made it worse is he dug himself a deeper hole because he's like, I'll watch him anyway.
Well, and then that's the big part of it is you got this guy who is a national voice of your sport, and he's out there openly saying, I don't watch that team. So how do I take that? I don't know. I think that's a terrible look. And look, people have been complaining that Inside the NBA is part of the reason why the NBA ratings are down because they keep telling everybody how bad the product is. Well, it doesn't help when the guy watching the product, who's the voice of the product, also says, I don't watch one of the teams that right now, by the way, has been one of the best stories in the league. When we come back, what's next for the Birds? Are they better Can they be better? We'll ask John McMullen, Birds 365, when he joins me next on the Sports Bash.
It's Sixers Raptor tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Quick drives in traffic, spins, keeps it, drives, left hand land good. What a remarkable play by Grimes.
It's Sixers Raptor tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
Are you kidding me? He rocks the rim with a right-hand jam.
97.3 ESPN.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Have you checked out the most loved Indian restaurant in South Jersey? The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is amazing and ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. At Nizam's, they believe that dining is more than just great food. It's the whole experience. The Nizam's open 7 days a week from 11:30 a.m. to 9:30. Join them for a special lunch buffet on Sundays from 11:30 to 3. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For over 135 years, First Bank of Sea Isle City has proudly served Cape May County with a commitment to maintaining a hometown feel. We provide secure, convenient deposit and loan products every day. We're more than just a bank. We're a trusted community partner, offering personalized banking solutions that make life easier for local families of all ages. First Bank of Sea Isle City. Look for our lighthouse in your neighborhood and discover what makes us different.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
We're famous for a buffalo wing. The Piccadilly comes to cooking wings. We're the king. The Piccadilly.
On game day, don't wing it. Take the trip to the Pick. South Jersey's king of the wing. Try their award-winning wings, tails, and ears in mild, spicy, or hot, or signature flavors like garlic parm, hot honey, Jim Beam maple, and more. For eat-in or takeout, get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock. Follow them on Facebook for events and game day specials.
With GMF financing to qualify buyers excludes trippers and Corvette excludes prior sales.
It's back. It's Bennett Chevy's most popular event, March Markdowns for the entire month of March. So get to Bennett right now for savings up to 20%. That's right, you get up to 20% off. That's because Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, plus gives you all the rebates. So get to Bennett Chevy now and save even more with available 0% financing. Looking for used? Bennett Chevy is South Jersey's largest certified dealer with great savings on every single one. And during March Markdowns, you'll get a minimum 10 grand for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned in stock. That's at least $10,000. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales team is the best. They're paid on your satisfaction, not your budget and how much you spend. So everybody gets our famous, no pressure, friendly, and helpful service. Together, let's drive during March Markdowns at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit maxsports.com/basketball for more information.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Basically Kenyon Green for CJ, which I think is like, it's not a real sexy thing. It's not one of Howie's like, wow, look what Howie did trades. But like, if you're actually paying attention, I think if you frame it in the context of Becton's negotiation, that's what's interesting. Like, does it mean necessarily they don't think they're going to get Becton back, so they go out and get this guard? Maybe. Like, Becton could be in the middle of kind of playing hardball with them and not coming down off his number, and they're kind of like, okay, this ain't going the way we want it to be.
Chris Long on the Green Light Podcast. Interesting take by him. John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated, set to join us right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It's always interesting to hear a former player's perspective, especially one that played in the organization and knows them pretty well, who basically, he brought up that the Green trade could be about Becton and trying to gain some leverage there. We got a lot to discuss as the Eagles have yet to bring a player in. So we wonder, is this team better or can they get better? Can this team get better than the team last year? John McMullen joins us right now here on the Sports Bash. John, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Doing all right. Eagles a little slow so far as we look at what's going on here. The league year starts in 58 minutes from right now. Do we have a read of the tea leaves of what the messaging is of what this offseason is about?
Yeah, I mean, Howie's kind of said it already. It's a maintenance off season. That's how he described it. It wasn't going to be a splashy. He tried to make that clear. I don't know if people expected it to be this non-splashy. I think that's the issue. As you mentioned, they're the only team that hasn't brought in an unrestricted free agent, but I have brought in two players via trade, and that's Dorian Thompson-Robinson and Kenyon Green, as you mentioned, as Chris Long was talking about there. But so they have brought in two players. They're very cognizant of, remember, they're playing the compensatory pick game. So if you sign somebody, in theory, you're in a position to get compensatory picks from Milton Williams and Josh Sweat, plus probably not guaranteed, but probably Isaiah Rodgers would be one of the last ones. But if you sign someone else, that's probably going to cancel out that pick. So there's all these ramifications for doing certain moves. So it's never about, I try to explain it's never about one move, one moment, but in anything, and it all sort of paints this giant mosaic. But Eagles fans get used to being aggressive, and when they're not aggressive because they've been so aggressive and they have to curb it back, I think it's a little bit disappointing for them.
Yeah, now that the dust is settled on the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, you look back, they didn't save all that much money. It's like $200,000. That's not like, pressing. So is that a little surprising to you, though, that they said, you know what, even for $200,000, we are willing to potentially take a step back at that position? Because he's a young player, too. It's not like he's a 30-year-old guy and they make that decision at 30. He's a young, I think he's like 27, 28 years old, not making an exorbitant amount of money. So is that one still a little bit like, that one seems extreme?
No, well, if you look at it from that perspective, but it wasn't about cap relief. It was about cash relief more than cap relief. And the cash relief relates to what I was talking about in reference to being so aggressive over the past couple of years, because now they're looking up ahead and seeing what's coming. Cam Jurgens' extension is going to be near the top of the center market. Jalen Carter's is going to be at the top of the defensive tackle market. That's going to be a huge deal. And then even further, Nolan Smith, if he continues to play well when he comes back, and from his torn triceps, he's in line for an extension. And then quickly after that, after the third season, so you're talking only about 2 years down the road, start talking about Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. You saw what the corners got paid in this market. So that's what the Eagles are looking at. And, you know, again, I think that's hard for people to see because they're always thinking about, all right, this is about this year. It's not about next year. But that's not how the Eagles look at it. And they know what's coming. So basically they've made the decision they want to pay what they consider their big-time pieces, foundational pieces, whatever you want to call it, the adjective to describe it. So, you know, guys they've already paid like Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Zach Bond, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the guys they've said, all right, we have to pay these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And Jalen's going to be in that list. Cam's going to be in that list. You think, the Eagles think Quinyon's going to be in that list. Cooper's going to be in that list. Nolan's going to be in that list. But we'll see how that shakes out. There's still some time there. If things go in a negative direction, which you don't want, you want them to be on that list. And then they had the cutoff, and that's the cutoff date. And Reed Blankenship also, which I think is a name that people would be surprised by, but the Eagles are very cognizant of what he means to the team, and he's one of those pieces they want to extend. And they made that line, and then the guys on the other side of that line, even Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, TJ, maybe Dallas, those are the guys who aren't getting paid.
John McMullen, yeah, go ahead.
And that's like almost, it's fortunate, but it's unfortunate. But you'd rather be in the Eagles' position. That they have too many good players. Is basically what it comes down to.
Are you surprised? John McMullen's with us on Bird 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, that they were reportedly in on a veteran safety, Justin Reed, who got paid real money. I mean, so when you hear about all the cash and they're trying to do this, and then one of the guys who's, not here is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, let's go look at this veteran safety. Do you read into that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I did see, and that was a James Palmer report. I checked into that today. The Eagles, I'm not going to say they weren't interested in him, but they weren't near the number he got. That's what I was told. So I think there's, that's one of those that's partially true, factually true. And the Eagles have liked him before and tried to get him before. So that all made sense, but they weren't going near the number New Orleans went to, 3 years, $30 million. So my guess, my feel, nobody gives you actual numbers, but my feel is they were looking for him a 1-year deal for whatever. And obviously you got 3 years. So the Eagles weren't really players in that conversation. But both things are true. Would have, if everything lined up perfectly, would they have gotten him? Sure. But, yeah, I don't even think they were close to the deal that was being offered by the Saints.
Are you surprised, or would you have thought that Joey Bosa, the deal that he got, would have been one that they would have been in on? 1 year, $12.5 million, he goes to Buffalo.
Yeah, a little bit too much. I mean, it helps. He got cut, so he wouldn't count against the compensatory formula. So that hurdle. But, yeah, I always thought he was going to be a little bit too expensive. Now, that's a very important position. They have to add someone. They'll probably add multiple bodies, whether you'll see somebody on a 1-year deal. I mentioned Azeez Ojulari, potentially a guy like that is cost effective, and then you draft somebody and roll from there. But they'll add somebody there. A little bit too expensive, I would say. Plus, I don't know if Joey hasn't that great relationship with Philadelphia. So I'm not sure if it would have worked from his perspective. It's always a two-way street as well.
I think, the other guy would be, he said on a podcast, Justin Simmons, I think you brought his name up yesterday, that Philadelphia would be high on the list. Now, does he fit the mold? He played for Vic. He also mentioned Christian Parker, that was the secondary coach in Denver. He's now in Philadelphia. He knows the defense. His age is interesting. He's, a veteran player. But would he be a guy that, number one, fits what they're looking to do monetarily? He fits the defense, obviously. So is Justin Simmons – because I guess you go back to, do they like Sidney Brown, McCall? You mentioned this Red Star player for Sidney Brown, a guy that they really like. But, okay, if they kick the tires on Justin Reed, and then maybe would Justin Simmons surprise you?
No, he wouldn't surprise me. I think that has to do, obviously Vic likes him. He likes Vic. He's basically lobbying to come here. It was interesting last year. People wanted to throw the Brinks truck at him to get him here, and now you're probably going to be able to get him for 1 year, and depending on the money. So a lot of it depends on that. But I think from a football perspective, I think Vic would love to have him. I think one of the things with CJ is freelance a little bit too much for Vic's liking. It's a very disciplined defense that relies on communication and being where you're supposed to be. And, if they were going to blow a coverage, and they didn't blow it many coverages, but if they were going to blow a coverage, it was probably going to come from CJ. So that's part of it. He knows Justin Simmons is going to be where he's supposed to be the vast majority of the time. So I think it's a fit from a football perspective, but same thing with Joey Bosa. How high is somebody willing to go on Justin Simmons? If somebody's willing to give him 2 years, no shot. If he's going to come in on a 1 year, and basically we're at that point of free agency where you'll see a couple deals trickle in that are multi-years. But most of them from this point forward are going to be 1 year deals. And if they can get them at 1 year, $8 million, somewhere in that range, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work. It would make a lot of sense. And then, I think people would assume that would shut the door on Sidney Brown. I'm not so sure. That might be you remember how people thought of Devin White last year. And I kept warning people, Mike, that they want Nakobe to win the job, but they don't want to hand it to him. And he ended up going to win the job. I think it's a similar sentiment with Sidney Brown.
Yeah.
They want him to win the job, but they don't want to hand it to him. So they want to bring in some competition.
Yeah, and then, you got Darius Slay that we should find out about 4 o'clock today. His fate, right?
Yeah, he's going to be cut at 4 o'clock. That's, I think I mentioned it on your show. I've mentioned it on my show, other shows. That the confusion is he's a post-June 1st designation. So if you just want to cut somebody today or last week, you can cut them at any time. But the post-June 1st, you have to wait for March 12th, the start of the new league year today at 4 o'clock. So same thing with Bradbury. Technically, the Eagles have not cut James Bradbury yet, and they will today. And then I expect Slay to go to Pittsburgh or somewhere else, but it's not a similar situation. I would not expect Darius Slay back with the Eagles.
Speaking of Pittsburgh, has there been anything to the Kenny Gainwell to Pittsburgh, which was put out there last night?
Yeah, he's going to Pittsburgh, yeah.
So Kenny Gainwell going to Pittsburgh, 1 year deal, it looks like, and that would mean Will Shipley essentially there, and then possibly you draft another guy to go behind Shipley.
Yeah, you do have Ty Davis-Price, who was around last year, pretty much the whole season, was a third-round pick of the 49ers, I think in 2022. Eagles like to collect those third-round failed picks from the 49ers, but so he's here. But, yeah, I think you would need something. to push Will Shipley. Similar with all these young players, whether it's the backups like Tanner McKee, and they brought in Dorian Thompson-Robinson. With Will, they got to bring somebody in. With Trotter, you have Ben Van Sumeren coming back from his torn ACL. So you want competition. You don't just want to hand it to people, and they probably need to add another body at running back.
Yeah, and by the way, Will Shipley, as much as you look at that third running back, he didn't have a lot of touches. And Gainwell also, when you have Saquon Barkley, he didn't have a lot. But Gainwell is a little bit more of an interesting guy to lose because they did like him a lot. You wonder if Shipley has a lot of the same, blocking. Gainwell, when he got here, was thought to be more of a receiving guy than he ended up being. But we know that he was very popular with the coaching staff and others.
Yeah, he's very popular with Nick Sirianni, very popular with Jalen Hurts. He's one of Jalen's best friends on the team. So, he was, but it's one of those things where you're right in the aspect that when you have Saquon Barkley, he's a 3-down back. You're not going to give a compliment. Most teams go with more of a tandem approach in the backfield. The Eagles are not going to go that direction. So I think for them, it's not as important, barring injury. But I do think there's you mentioned Kenny. Kenny's a very good receiver. I think you'll see that in Pittsburgh, depending what goes on with their quarterback situation. But he's a very good receiver. I think that's going to be hard to duplicate. But, the Eagles don't really throw it that much to their backs. So I don't know how much it'll change things here. But I do think it gives Kenny an opportunity to show his wares in a different style of offense. And people will start to figure out, he's pretty good catching the football. And I think that's one of the reasons DeAndre Swift didn't want to come back.
Yeah, I know.
He wasn't utilized in that area either.
Yeah, I know it's frustrating for fans sometimes that, why don't they throw the ball to the quarterback, to the running back all that much? But, you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert. Maybe not Dallas Goedert after today or this week, but there's a lot of options before you dump it off to the running back in this particular offense. But, John, I want to ask, is it fair to expect them to be able to be better this year? Like, are we just watching a team that, look, you're just going to have to go in saying you're just not going to be as good?
Yeah, well, I thought, even if you ran it back and there was a way you could get everybody back, that was probably going to be the way. Are you going to have another historic rushing season where Saquon breaks his own record? It's probably unlikely. Is Zach Bond going to be a first-team All-Pro again? That's going to be difficult to duplicate. And are you going to have the number one defense even if you ran it back? Generally that doesn't happen. So, you're almost going to have a regression to the mean anyway. So, not sure it would have been realistic. Now you can win. The offense technically could probably get better from coming off last year. The defense probably would take a step back. And again, I'm talking about if they brought everybody back, which is not realistic because there's about 30% turnover on every team in the NFL from year to year. So that part of it's ingrained into it. But yeah, every season's different. So, running it back with the exact same team, that there was no salary cap and you were able to do that kind of stuff, you're probably going to not have the same year anyway.
Yeah.
So that's just the way sports works.
Well, right. It's that fine line of kind of resting on your laurels and being complacent when everybody else is making moves to chase after you. Now, you might not like what Washington's done, but they're obviously saying we feel like we're ready to take another step. Let's go spend some money to prove that. If you just sit there idly, now you might say, well, they're going backwards. So even if they sat as the same exact team, you probably take a step back.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's natural, but how he did his best, but nobody listens because he set out in Indianapolis to be patient because there was a reason the Eagles had that press conference on Monday with Saquon Barkley at 12 o'clock when the legal negotiation period began, because they knew they weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
And they wanted to create some sort of happy vibes. They knew they weren't going to be a major player in the first wave of free agency, and they wanted to highlight, hey, we we extended Saquon Barkley. And to be honest, Zach Vaughn probably would have been there as well, but he's on vacation and is not in the area. They were trying to create sort of that narrative, that vibe, and say, hey, look at this.
Right.
Don't look at this. But it doesn't work. People want, even in this year where it was by and large described by most as a poor free agency class, once, and usually it's bad teams, let's be honest, once bad teams overpay or bad organizations overpay, like I love Milton Williams. I mean, I love him personally. Not a $26 million player.
No, and you don't take into account sometimes how much playing next to Jalen Carter helped him make $26 million. He's not playing next to Jalen Carter anymore.
No, exactly. He doesn't get to bring Jalen with him. I mean, but it's all over. It's not just the Eagles. It's, if you look at Chicago, they had a boatload of money. New England, that's the reason Milton got his $26 million, because they have so much money. That kid from Penn State got $88 million. Will Freeze got $88 million. It's sometimes it's better to be, thinking about the second phase and not worried about the first phase.
Well, a lot of it's timing, right? I mean, if you're Jalen Carter and you're a free agent today, you're not getting $26 million. You might get $36 million. So the Eagles look at that number and say, "Oh my gosh, someone just gave Milton Williams $26 million," right? I mean, that kind of starts the domino effect.
Well, that's kind of the point, and the Eagles know what's coming down the road. I mean, Jalen Carter is going to get more money than any defensive tackle in NFL history. That's how it works. And Cam Jurgens, as I mentioned, is going to be near the top, might even be at the top, but certainly near the top of the center market. And those are the next two extensions. And then you see what J.C. Horn got at corner, $25 million a year. Hasn't even played. He's been hurt for 2 seasons. He's basically played 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And he gets $25 million a year. You can imagine what Quinyon Mitchell's going to get in 2 years down the road, where the salary cap goes up $20 million again and $20 million again. So that's what I think people are missing when they look at what's going on with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And, looking at only $200,000 or whatever cap space, they're trying to get the Eagles. The trick to their success over the past decade has been they spend more cash than anybody else. It's cash over cap. So what they do is they spend cash up front and they spread the cap over multiple years, including voidable years. And that's been the trick of building these big rosters. Well, now they've hit the point where they got so many good players that they can't pay everybody. And that's where they're making these demarcation lines, which obviously CJ did not cross.
They do have 20 draft choices over the next 2 drafts. 11 of those picks will be in the first 5 rounds of the draft. And I guess that's one way that you try to restock and replenish and help yourself out. But to this moment, there's no reported signings coming in. There are a couple trades in 37 minutes. They can do something. Is it more likely they bring someone in or lose another player?
Well, they're going to do what's already done. That's what's already been reported. So, those trades are not official until 4 o'clock, as I mentioned, Slay and Bradbury. So all this stuff comes down. That stuff is just, that's not official until the new league year starts. So all that stuff is going to happen. As far as new stuff, we're at that point where they can bring in somebody on a one-year deal. We'll see what happens with Dallas Goedert. There's some complications. You only get 2 post-June 1st designations, so they're using them up on Slay and Bradbury. They can't do it with a Dallas Goedert trade, so that complicates things because they'd be losing significant cap space if they dealt them before June 1st. So there's a bunch of complicated stuff, but yeah, the one-year deals are going to start. So you might see one popping up soon. But certainly guys may leave, Mekhi Becton getting 2 years, 3 years, he's probably the next out the door.
All right, John McMullen, we'll keep our eye on it. Birds 365, we'll be talking about it tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash, you can follow John at JF McMullen. When the Birds make news, he has it. And appreciate your time, as always, buddy.
All right, thanks, Mike.
There's John. And, of course, you can check him out right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We always appreciate his insight, knowledge, and, oh, boy, we got 35 minutes to go until stuff can start happening, and I would imagine the next round of stuff. As he said, once things become official, you might hear Slay here and this guy there and Goddard, that situation. But coming up, Howie Roseman said all this. We'll hear what Roseman said that has kind of foreshadowed all of what has gone on over the first 2 days of legal tampering and into this third day today where free agency becomes official. First, I want to congratulate Tyler, Paul, Jim, Mike A., and Dana. They won a family 4-pack of tickets to the MAC tomorrow night for the 2 games at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Tyler, Paul, Jim, Mike A., and Dana, you guys have all been contacted, and you have a family 4-pack of tickets to the MAC Basketball Championship games tomorrow night at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. We have more tickets we're giving away, and I promise you it will happen this hour right here on the Sports Bash. So keep it locked, and we will give you another shot to win tickets for games this week at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Why did the Eagles trade Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? A former Eagle weighs in. You'll hear what he had to say about that coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, share, subscribe, repost. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907.
Listen to all the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit macsports.com/basketball for more information.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Score a huge three-pointer this month during the Matt Black Kia Gladness Sale. 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months on every new Kia Sportage and Sorento SUV in stock. Here's a steal. Get up to $5,000 more than Kelly Blue Book fair market value for any trade. For the purchase of any new 2024 Kia with no payments till June. How about a 3-point play? 0 down, 0 payments until June on over 1,100 new Kias in stock, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months, plus 120% more for your trade. It's Gladness, baby, at Matt Black Kia in Abington, Egg Harbor Township, and Tom's River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, $1,389 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Trade less miles and dealer recon on new 2024 Kia purchase. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 4/4/25. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike. Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here. Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance. What? Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers. Seriously? Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices. Just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. T&Cs apply.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
We're famous for buffalo wings. The Piccadilly comes to cooking wings. We're the king. The Piccadilly.
On game day, don't wing it. Take the trip to the pick. South Jersey's king of the wing. Try their award-winning wings, tails, and ears in mild, spicy, or hot, or signature flavors like garlic parm, hot honey, Jim Beam maple, and more. For eat-in or takeout, get your chicken wing fix on Route 206 at the Piccadilly Inn. Join the flock. Follow them on Facebook for events and game day specials.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
You could be feeling like you're going to get Becton, but you want the number to come down a little bit. And this kind of tips the scale in the direction of giving you some leverage. So a good move. And I think you also know, and part of the leverage play is like, we have Stout. Like, look what we did for you. We'll do it for him. What makes you special?
Chris Long on the Green Light Podcast said that, former Eagle Chris Long, you know, he thinks that it's an interesting take by him to say that he really thinks that it's a leverage play with Becton, whether or not he comes back here. Hey, we got another guy. You either take the money we're offering you, go someplace else and see how that works out. You remember winning a Super Bowl here? Remember being with the Jets, how much that sucked? You want to come back here, or do you want to go to a team like the Jets? Good luck. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. 4 o'clock, Mosher will join us for Football at 4 when all these moves become official. So we'll see if any of these moves actually aren't real, and then we'll see which other moves happen at 4 o'clock today. Is there any other free agents that you guys are interested in that are still available? I know there's some interesting names on the market, but is anybody that stands out that you're like, man, this guy, I know they weren't going to be a big player in free agency, but I think they could go down this road. I gave you the one, Azeez Ojulari, yesterday, and I think he's in a price range that makes sense for them based on his age and all that stuff. The only thing that I think is interesting in a negative way about him would be Bryce Huff. Not him, Ojulari. Bryce Huff making the money that he does and being at the same position. Like, do they want to invest more money at that spot? But if there's any spot they would invest money in, it would be that one. But I think Ojulari is a guy in terms of the money that he would be looking for isn't astronomical. So I think that's one name of a player who's got talent that fits the mold of the Eagles. A high, he's a second-round pick. Georgia, by the way. Been productive. His problem has been injuries. So can they get him below market value and get a talented player in here? So that would be one name. Other than that, I looked last night, I was looking around, and I'm looking at names, and I'm like, that would make sense, that would make sense, or that one. I just don't have a lot of guys that are left on the market. So, for instance, if they trade it, and I think that something's going to happen, I don't think they're actually going to get I don't think they're really getting the value that they want for Dallas Goedert. So I think in the next 15 to 20 minutes when 4 o'clock rolls around, that one's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. Because if he doesn't have the trade value that the Eagles are looking for, and by all accounts, so right now they want a 4th-round pick, according to Josina Anderson. And by the way, Josina Anderson's going to be on tomorrow's show. Then do the Eagles have to go in the free agent market and try to find a tight end? And it's not a great place to have to go is on the free agent market to try to go find a tight end. The only guy that I looked at that I thought was somewhat intriguing as a free agent tight end who can, he's a receiver, a pass catcher, I should say, but also can block a little bit. And that's rare, right, to see a guy who could do a little bit of both, because that's the one thing that the problem that the Eagles have is that you have Goedert that does both really well. He's a very good pass catcher. He's a very good run after the catch guy, but he also can block a little bit. And the only guy that I saw that kind of sticks out a little bit to me would be Taylor Conklin from the Jets, as a guy who can catch the ball and he can block. The only problem there is when you look at what his market value is, and this, again, according to Spot Track, so that doesn't necessarily mean it's real, but they have him listed as a $9 million a year guy, and I just don't think the Eagles are going there. So, again, I cannot find a lot of free agents monetarily, and the Eagles aren't going to go to multiple years for backup players. So that's another thing. We learned that. They're willing to go 1 year for a decent amount of money, but they're not going to give you 2 years. But as Chris Long says here, he thinks that the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade for Green, like this might have the next domino in the whole free agent process, and the last big free agent that the Eagles have, Mekhi Becton.
Basically Kenyon Green for CJ, which I think is like, it's not a real sexy thing. It's not one of Howie's like, wow, look what Howie did trades. But like, if you're actually paying attention, I think if you frame it in the context of Becton's negotiation, that's what's interesting. Like, does it mean necessarily they don't think they're going to get Becton back, so they go out and get this guard? maybe like Becton could be in the middle of kind of playing hardball with them and not coming down off his number. And they're kind of like, okay, this ain't going the way we want it to be.
Yeah. If they get to a spot where, look, we like Mekhi Becton. And look, I think I'm almost at the point where the way everything's going, you don't even bring Becton back.
You're trending in the direction of just saying, thanks for playing, but we're going to move on.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm not going to now overpay you. I have other guys that I'm okay with.
Right.
And I'll spend the money elsewhere because now that I've lost other things, I actually have bigger needs than bringing a right guard back. And now I'm not downplaying right guard. Their offensive line is very important to their success. But I feel confident that we have Tyler Steen and he'll do the job, or we'll coach this kid up and he'll do the job. We still have Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata. I think our offensive line will be okay. I think, so I'm not going to overspend on a position where we think we have in-house options.
And I thought the comment that Long made also when he says, we got Jeff Stoutland. What makes you special? Kind of like the idea that, like, hey, man, we like you, we appreciate you, but Jeff Stoutland ain't going with you. Jeff Stoutland's still here.
And that's why Chris Long says he thinks the trade for Green could be sneaky.
There's a lot of reasons that this might be a sneaky good for the Eagles, his age being one of them, right? Like physical tools and pedigree, former top 15 pick, ideal size, raw power.
Yeah. All of those reasons, right? Size, raw power, all of that stuff. Like, hey, this is coming from a guy who's won Super Bowls, Chris Long, and saying, look, those are the kind of guys you take a shot on. Those are the kind of guys that you say, it happens everywhere. Guy gets drafted number 1 overall. He stinks. And then you're like, how come he keeps landing on rosters? Well, because he had number 1 talent. And every coach will always say, I'm the guy that can get the most out of that guy. You failed with him, give him to me. I'll make this guy what he was supposed to be.
And don't forget, Houston has basically turned over their offensive coaching staff multiple times during Green's tenure. So it's very possible the guy might just be getting bad coaching.
Well, I also think there's one. Yes, I don't know that Houston, their whole offensive line's pretty bad.
Correct.
So maybe they're not getting, but 2. This kid was 20 years old when he got drafted. He's very, very young player. And it's one of the reasons why Chris Long says, don't judge him based on his first few years.
Green entered the league at 20 and is entering year 4. So that's pretty young. I was 23 as a rookie. When I put things into context, it just gives you a lot more time to develop and figure out who you are. And sometimes with a 20-year-old rookie, what you see the first couple of years, it's still debatable who that person is. So I think when you stick him in a Stoutland room, that's great.
Very good point by him. Hey, at 20 years old, you're not a man. You're not ready to go. You're still kind of growing. You're still a kid. You got to get stronger. You got to get more, can you imagine putting a 20-year-old kid and saying, hey, there's Aaron Donald. Good luck. Have a blast. Right? That's probably not going to go so well. 23 years old. Okay, now I've been through a couple of, chances here. Now you get better coaching. By the way, the guy next to you is better. The guy on your right's better, Lane Johnson. The guy on your left better, Cam Jurgens. 609-403-0973. Matt and Kate May says, what are the options for Dallas Goedert? He's a guy I'd really like to see that you'd be able to hang on to. The options for Goedert are, good question. Probably wants more money. The options are likely he gets traded, doesn't get more money, or likely gets cut. And cut is probably highest on the list because other teams know I don't have to trade anything for you because you're probably going to cut them. And that's kind of what ends up happening there. You have a guy that other teams value, but they're saying you can't pay him, so you're going to have to cut him. 609-403-0973. Did Asante Samuel Jr. sign yet? No, he has not. Samuel, listen, we get enamored with names. Samuel Jr., first off, he's not that good. He's been kind of overrated. He's been hurt. He's small. He's not a guy the Eagles are going to have interest in. He's asking for way too much money, too. His spot track number is 4 years, $45.8 million. You're talking about paying a guy $46 million who – he's just okay. Samuel's not like a special player.
To me, if you were going to bring a guy like Samuel Jr. in, you would have just brought back Isaiah Rodgers, because Isaiah Rodgers and him are similar body types, similar skill sets.
Yeah, Asante Samuel Jr. doesn't do much for me. He's small. He gets hurt. He's asking for way too much money. His name, I think, plays because his dad played here. Florida State. He was supposed to be. I just think he's an average, okay guy. He's better than maybe Ringo, but $11 million a year better?
The price point is the real problem for me, because that's why I say if that's who you wanted, you just bring Rodgers back and give him the money that Minnesota did.
And according to, I think, Adam Schefter, the Eagles did want to bring Rodgers back. And McMullen was talking about this in that the Eagles wanted to bring Rodgers back, but only for 1 year, because they view him as a backup player. They're not giving a backup player the second year. They'll give you the 1 year and pay you more, but if you want that second year, you're not going to get it here. And that's what happened with Isaiah Rodgers and Oren Burks, by the way. Those guys got 2-year deals. The Eagles would have brought them back on 1-year deals. 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, right now, it's your opportunity to cash in on those tickets for the MAC Basketball Championship. These tickets are for Friday. 609-403-0973. Text MAC in AC, MAAC in AC, MAC in AC with your first and last name for a 4-pack of tickets to see the MAC Basketball Championship semifinals on Friday. We have 5 4-packs of tickets to the games on Friday night. MAC in AC with your first and last name. First 5 people to do it. Who has the fastest texting fingers out there? 609-403-0973. Once again, text in MAC in AC with your first and last name, and you are going to see the semifinal games at Boardwalk Hall on Friday night in Atlantic City. 609-403-0973. First 5 in. Good luck. When we come back, I got details on how you can win Phillies home opener tickets and tickets to see Metallica at Lincoln Financial Field. We're giving tickets away. Holy moly, we got a bunch of them right here on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Bally Bet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino. Download it.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 no, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelty. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelty can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelty?
Just send them a text.
Text LIST to 200-300 to get started today with Zelty. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text LIST to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text LIST to 200-300. That's LIST to 200-300. LIST to 200-300.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines.
fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers, and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Sigh and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
It's back! It's Bennett Chevy's most popular event, March Markdowns for the entire month of March. So get to Bennett right now for savings up to 20%. That's right, you get up to 20% off. That's because Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, plus gives you all the rebates. So get to Bennett Chevy now and save even more with available 0% financing. Looking for used? Bennett Chevy is South Jersey's largest certified dealer with great savings on every single one. And during March Markdowns, you'll get a minimum 10 grand for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned in stock. That's at least $10,000. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales team is the best. They're paid on your satisfaction, not your budget and how much you spend. So everybody gets our famous no pressure, friendly, and helpful service. Together, let's drive during March Markdowns at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Do I have everybody's attention now?
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Here goes Flash Burton with 7, with 6. Burton going to use the screen. Down low, Ingram all alone. Lays it in.
That was the final call last night at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Ryder is dancing. They are moving on, and you can see them at the hall. And we just got a couple more winners there, Josh.
I was just going to say also Flash Burton, Philadelphia's Flash Burton.
Well, we got winners Chad, Justin, Joe, John, and Matt. Sounds like the apostles. Matthew, John, Joseph, Chad, and Justin. You guys all got 4 packs of tickets to go see the MAC Basketball Championship semifinals on Friday night at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. Congratulations to everybody, and thanks to everybody who checked in. We appreciate it as always. Hey, I want to tell you, listen, starting tomorrow, every hour on the Sports Bash, we are going to enter you in for a chance to win tickets to Phillies home opener at Citizens Bank Park. They open up at home in Philadelphia. That will be on March the 31st. We are going to be live at Maynard's in Margate on opening day on the 27th for our second year in a row for the opening day watch party. This year, we're going to send the winner to go see the Phillies home opener with a parking pass, plus another lucky winner is going to win tickets to see Metallica at Lincoln Financial Field on May the 23rd and May the 25th. It is 2 shows for the winner. 2 shows, and you can win all those tickets. And the entering starts tomorrow on the Sports Bash. So listen, starting tomorrow for your chance to qualify, and then you must be at our Phillies opening day watch party at Maynard's in Margate. We want to thank Maynard's for being back again for the 2nd year. We're doing the opening day watch party live at Maynard's in Margate. Looking forward to that. That was a huge day last year. We packed that place. So tomorrow is when that begins. You have chances every hour on the Sports Bash to enter to win Phillies home opener tickets and a parking pass. Or this year, we're giving away Metallica tickets for Lincoln Financial Field. That all starts tomorrow. Football at 4 is up next.
It's Flyers Lightning tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salad, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 no, wait, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Thank God I'm a kid!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Just in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is going to join us in just a couple of moments today. I know there's a lot of things just kind of getting filed and could be happening just as the new league year is here. Happy New Year, everybody. That was my bad attempt at a noisemaker for the new year there. We'll see what ends up happening as everything is officially kicked off and the Cowboys got involved. Josh, did you see the Cowboys made a trade a little bit earlier? I know this is Football at 4 with the Inside the Birds podcast, but the Cowboys did make a trade, Kareem Elam, with the Buffalo Bills, so they get themselves a pretty talented corner. He was a first-round pick a couple of years ago. That really, I guess you would say, has been a bust?
Yeah. That's a nice way of putting it.
Just very apropos, but it's a very Howie Roseman. Maybe the Cowboys are saying, well, that's what the Eagles do. They go get guys who were high draft choices who have been kind of bust, and then they take them, and they become good players for them. According to Adam Schefter, Russell Wilson is scheduled to go to Cleveland to visit with the Browns, and then he will fly to New York to visit with the Giants.
I don't know if you saw the memes on Monday night, but there are a lot of memes going around of people saying that Myles Garrett said he wanted to play with a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and he got Kenny Pickett, and now you might get Russell Wilson.
I didn't hear him say that he wanted to play with a Super Bowl quarterback. I think it was like he wanted to play for a Super Bowl contender.
He did. So the idea was that people were joking that, the Browns promised him a Super Bowl quarterback.
I just like this whole quarterback thing. Every one of them, they're all veteran quarterbacks who are very much past their prime. Not that they can't play anymore, but they're all looking at teams that are not all that attractive to, like, if I'm Aaron Rodgers. Now, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, okay, if I'm a free agent quarterback right now, there's only one team I'm considering, and that's Pittsburgh. It's a good organization. They've got weapons there. That's it. I'm not even giving the Giants a chance to, make an offer. Like, if I'm Aaron Rodgers at this stage of my career in my 40s, why do I want to be a part of that circus?
You shouldn't. You just were in New York, by the way. You should know what's going on in New York.
And by the way, the Jets officially released Aaron Rodgers today. So he is now officially a free agent. So, listen, I get it. You take a look at Aaron Rodgers. Is he a quarterback that if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you think can put you over the top with the two receivers that you have now? And that's a team that made the playoffs last year. Man, if I'm a team like them who went to the playoffs last year and I don't have a quarterback, that's a rough spot for me to be in, I think. It's be like, man, I made the playoffs last year. I want to get better, and this is what I have to choose from right now. Like, I figure that, like, you have to get more creative than that.
I do expect Rodgers to potentially be a little better next year because he'll be further removed from that initial injury.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he was even bad last year. Like, he was
ended
okay.
the year well. He ended the year better than he started the year.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're Cleveland, you're really bringing in Russell Wilson. Maybe. I mean, Cleveland, think about it. People thought that they went to the playoffs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they went to the playoffs with Joe Flacco playing quarterback. They won 3 games last year. So how do you go from playoff team with journeyman quarterback to then a 3-win team? So they have to think that they have, like, some chance to at least get back to the playoffs. I don't know that you're a Super Bowl team.
I think part of the problem is the same organization that gave that guaranteed money to Deshaun Watson. I think their decision-making is constantly in question.
Well, there's no question about it, but I'm saying, like, if you're looking at how close or how far you are, do you think you're the team that went to the playoffs with Joe Flacco, or do you think you're a team that won 3 games and were so bad because your quarterback was Deshaun Watson for most of the year? I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just feel like if I get a veteran quarterback, that stabilizes us enough to be back in play. That I can't really figure out. All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here, and let's bring him into the show. Happy New Year there, Mosher. It is officially the 2025 NFL season.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. It's what a great feeling. I was doing the countdown. It's like the ball dropping, waiting for all these huge contract announcements to come forward, but I guess that's actually already happened now, hasn't it?
Well, it's already happened, but you're looking to see if any of these things kind of get, like, taken back. And then I guess guys like Darius Slay, they can officially, and although I haven't seen that has happened yet, but let's kind of, like, get a little refresher on everything. I want to first get your take on the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson situation, because that one kind of hit everybody yesterday. You were not on for Football at 4 yesterday, but now that the dust has settled, there's a lot of interesting things here. You know, initially it was, okay, well, is this because he's a social media pain in the ass? Is he a pain in the ass in the locker room? Does he make too much money? Is this strictly a money thing? And then that was yesterday. Then later last night, well, the Eagles were apparently interested in a player like Justin Reed, who they would have had to spend real money on at safety. So is this a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson thing? How do you read everything that we now know leading up to the new year on why the Eagles decided to trade Chauncey Gardner-Johnson?
Yeah, first of all, it did catch us a little bit by surprise. We had done an episode on Inside the Birds recently going through potential departures, most notably in free agency, but also any trades. And we couldn't find too many guys that we thought the Eagles could trade without taking an exorbitant cap hit or getting the right value in return. Obviously, if they trade Bryce Huff, they do take a big cap hit on it, but they could do it. But you would understand why. And really, I think in passing, one of us, either me or Adam, said, well, maybe CJ Gardner-Johnson, just because we knew that there was no guarantee, the money was not guaranteed, and you could save a lot of cash on it. But we didn't even spend more than 5 seconds on it. We were, again, because there just aren't that many guys other than Dallas Goedert that we felt would be viable trades for the Eagles. But this trade was made, and I sent you, as a joke, a text yesterday. I don't know if you saw the last text I sent you, but it was the Wu-Tang Clan's cash rules everything around me. Cream. That's what it's all about, Mike. Cash. And this is one of the things that Adam and I are really proud of on Inside the Birds, being able to help people really try as best as we can to understand things that are complicated. But the Eagles do not operate, as we all know, on salary cap terms. They operate on cash terms. The cap they manipulate by giving players cash option bonuses and cash up front, and then spreading a lot of the actual salary out over the books over long term with void years and dummy years. So yes, it's all about cash. If it was about attitude and behavior, I think I said to you, Oren Burks is the nicest, greatest leader, great guy, and they didn't even pay him $5 million, Mike. So to me, it's not about what he did. There's no smoking gun. I know everybody thinks that there's some other side to the story. I think CJ Gardner-Johnson came out on a podcast himself, and he said, hey, look, when they traded him, they told him it was just a business move that they need to make. They are a cash team, and they are clearly trying to put the cash that they are allotted this year into making sure that now they're not only competitive this year, but also going forward. And I know some people have said, well, why couldn't you have just waited one more year on CJ, because there was still more savings in year 2. But I would tell you, Mike, you just can't guarantee that his trade value is going to be there next year. The guy's had a lot of trouble staying healthy, right? And they just got him to play an entire season and be healthy. And, and still we're only able to get, 2 day 3 future picks and a struggling former first rounder. So I'm not quite sure waiting would have helped them solve any of their issues as far as saving cash for this year.
Yeah, that's the thing. They get back a former first-round player in the offensive lineman. And then everybody, of course, is it fair to just assume because Jeff Stoutland gets this guy that Kenyon Green is going to step in and play right guard? Or is this, Chris Long brought up an interesting point on the Greenlight podcast, Jeff. He said he thinks it's a leverage play to try to say, Becton, hey, listen, here's our number. You leave. We got a guy who was you last year, a first-round pick who was struggling where he was. We're okay with moving him here. There's our offer. Go see what you can get.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a leverage play because there's no – if you're going to try to threaten a guy, you're going to bring in somebody who can replace him. And right now, Kenyon Green is a reclamation project. And as much as there's this total and deserved trust in Jeff Stoutland to make things happen, there have been some guys, some former first-rounders that Jeff Stoutland – magic has not worked on. One is Andre Dillard. Another one is Chance Warmack. Sometimes a player just isn't very good, right? And no matter what kind of coaching you give a guy, he doesn't get it, okay? So, and one thing about Becton is he's just a massive human being. So he played well. I don't want to say he was great this year. I think it really helped him, the environment. He's a great story of development, but it's not like he was an all-pro right guard. I think what they need to do with Kenyon Green is get him at first to play like a functional offensive lineman and then try to work from there. That's not a guarantee.
Right. And, one of the things is, too, is, hey, last year, people forget, Jeff, Tyler Steen was the starting right guard when they got to training camp. They wanted to push him. They want to bring in competition so that you have to win a job, not just get handed a job.
Exactly. And, the draft, I mean, right now, as you look at it, Steen, I would say, is the leader in the clubhouse without Becton coming back. Green, we'll see what happens if he can push. They drafted Trevor Keegan. He's only been a left guard. We'll see if maybe Stoutland can work some magic there and cross-train him at right guard. Darian Kennard is a guy that played tackle for them last year. But when they signed him, they felt he could be a right guard. He played right guard on the practice squad for the Chiefs his last year there. They're going to draft a guy. They could sign a veteran guy. So, yeah, that's how the hierarchy goes right now.
Geoff Mosher, Football at 4. Let's go back to the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing for a second because apparently they had interest in a veteran player like Justin Reed. He ended up getting paid some decent money. What do you make of Justin Simmons saying that the Eagles are high on his list? Now, that doesn't mean they're high on their list, but that, hey, I wouldn't mind playing. He mentioned 2 reasons. 1, Vic Fangio. 2, Christian Parker, who people don't probably even know who that is, but he's the secondary coach who was in Denver when Simmons was a 2-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, and you look at him now, the age situation, that's not an exciting deal at this stage of his career, but is that the kind of deal that you can envision them making, or is he just simply going to get too much money elsewhere?
Well, if you're taking Howie Roseman at his word and Howie and his actions, his past actions in times like these, coming off Super Bowls when they've had to rebuild, he has said, we have young drafted players that we have to play. Okay. So they've got Reed Blankenship, who I think will get an extension. He's been underpaid, to be honest with you. And they've got Sidney Brown that they drafted in the 3rd round. So if you're going to sign does Justin Simmons want to come to the Eagles on the veteran minimum to fight for a job and potentially be a backup? Or does he want to go somewhere where he can still, if he feels like he's a starting level player, which he probably is, and do that? That I would think B, but you never know. On the podcast, Mike, I was, I don't remember which one it was because we're starting to do daily pods now, but I once had a chat with Howie Roseman a long time ago about a potential free agent that I knew the Eagles were interested in. Not like an A-level guy, but he was a free agent. And I asked Howie, I said, what do you think of this guy? Is there, I was trying to get a little inside intel. And he said, if he wants to be an Eagle, he'll be an Eagle. which was his language for saying if he's willing to take a lesser deal than somebody else is giving him and fight for a role and maybe, work his way. Yeah, then it can happen. So I say that to say it looks like the Eagles have other plans at safety as far as youth with Reed and with Sidney Brown and this draft coming up. They could certainly get one. I could definitely see them signing a 1-year veteran safety for veteran minimum money. But then it comes down to, well, what does Justin Simmons want?
Well, that's another spot to keep an eye on if you do bring a veteran player in here. So what do you think ends up going down with Darius Slay? Now that, Chauncey's out, there was, do they have a beef? He's not here. Isaiah Rodgers is out. Is it more likely in your mind that Slay is now back?
Well, Isaiah Rodgers made what? I think the report was $8 million guaranteed, correct?
Yes.
I've heard some things, and so has Adam, that might not actually be the full number. Like it might be a little bit less than that. So if that's what they're willing, let's call it 7. If 7 is the maximum amount of dollars they're willing to give a corner, I'll ask you, does Darius Slay come back? Does he love being an Eagle and have this 1 year left enough that he's going to play for a $7 million? Is he going to, basically say, it's not, what's the word, like tail between the legs or swallow and bite the bullet and really play at this level for $7 million? That's hard. Now, Brandon Graham's done it, right? But because he's an edge rusher, they paid him more than $7 million, I think. So, we'll see. That it goes back to how bad does he want to be an Eagle? If he wants to play for one of the lowest, contracts that a cornerback is going to make in the NFL, who's starting and certainly the lowest for someone with his caliber and experience, then it can happen.
Yeah, and I don't know what do you make. There was a report that the Steelers are going to sign him, which can't happen yet. But I'm imagining
I'm imagining that if that report came out, that the Steelers probably made him an offer that was more than $7 million a year or $8 million guaranteed. Yeah,
right. I would imagine that once the Eagles officially release him, and then quickly thereafter, he'll be in Pittsburgh. It seems like. Speaking of in Pittsburgh, Kenny Gainwell's there. That might be a yawner for some people, but can you work Barkley as much as you did last year? And the role that Gainwell had, by the way, the tackle he made in the Super Bowl and special teams is underrated on that kickoff there. He was a special teams player. He blocked, they really liked him.
Yeah, he'll be missed. If you can remember as far to the first Super Bowl 2017, there was a really key player, like a special teamer / reserve, who was really, really vital, loved by everybody on the team. His name was Steven Means. You may remember him. He was a backup edge. He would get in there every once in a while. I think he blocked a field goal that year. He was just like a hair on fire guy, played great special teams. And if you ask people in the locker room, I wrote a huge profile on him not because I wanted to write a Steven Means story, but because people kept telling me how awesome of a teammate and how much he pushes people in practice and how worthy and valuable he was, that even though it doesn't show up on the stat sheet. And there's an element of that with Kenny Gainwell, Mike. He does the little things. You mentioned the special teams acumen he gives you. He can catch the ball fairly well. He's a good pass protecting block. And pass protecting back. So he's good at that. He gives you some power too. He's one of the best short yardage runners in the league, which is weird because it's not how he was used in college. So they have to replace those things. And to ask a second-year running back, Will Shipley, who's a little small, to do all that is a little much. So I imagine that they will look to sign a veteran somewhere, just to have in case. I mean, they already brought Lou Nichols back and signed him to the 53, not even a futures, just to kind of add to the room. And I will assume they will continue to add.
Yeah, it's funny you say it. I assume they'll bring a veteran in here. So let's get into that real quick. How likely is it that they can't? It almost seems like everything they're doing is we got to say cash, 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 cash. So then people are having the perception that they can't sign anybody. So can you explain that?
Yeah, no, it's I'm glad you asked that. I think Adam and I are going to do like a FAQ podcast for tomorrow, like frequently asked questions, because people are all sorts of confused about, we're getting people saying, well, wait, the Eagles only saved like $200,000 on the cap by trading Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. How does that what does that mean?
Yeah, that was a big one. We had people texting in yesterday, like they really didn't save a lot of cat, like $200,000 for a guy who's not even, I think he's 27 or 28 years old.
Yeah. And that's why we keep saying on the podcast, don't look at the cap. Forget cap. It's cash, cash, cash. And there's a reason why a cap number and a cash number are different. And I don't need to go through into that. There's a whole lot of bookkeeping science to that. Just for your listeners to know, the Eagles operate on a cash budget. Jeffrey Lurie gives the team every year, this is how much cash we have to spend. Some years it might be more than others. I believe the Eagles have spent more cash, right, on players year to year than any other team in the league over the past 5 to 10 years. So getting rid of Gardner Johnson gave them $8.5 million in cash this year, right? So they have guys they need to extend. That when you extend a player's contract, you give them cash up front, right? Excuse me. And then, yes, you're going to bring in a couple of guys, I imagine bargain free agents on 1-year deals. You'll have to give them a little bit of upfront cash, not a ton, but they will spend money. They're not the Marlins. I want everybody to understand this.
It's funny. Somebody texted that in. What is this? What are we, the Marlins?
No, it's not like that. But people also have to remember, we do contract episodes for this reason every year, more than once a year on the Eagles, to remind to our listeners that there are several high-priced players on the Eagles right now who are due cash bonuses year after year. And that's why the Eagles have a lot of really good players, because they have these option bonuses.
I'm glad you brought – so yesterday, there was somebody texting in and was basically saying, because we're talking about them trying to save – and he's like, everybody – there's a cap. Everybody spends the same amount of money. And that's not necessarily true. Some people are under the cap, although there is a percentage that you can't go – but the Eagles spend so much more money on signing bonuses and that kind of stuff.
Yep, they do. So the reason why the Eagles can lose the players that they did, which I know frustrates fans, but then you still look at the team and you say, oh, your quarterback is making top 10 quarterback money, maybe top 5. I don't know. I forget. There's been a lot of extensions since his, right? Your running back is making top running back money. Your wide receiver is making top wide receiver. Your number 2 wide receiver got an extension. Almost everybody on your offensive line, Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson, right? They all got big money and continue to get option bonuses, which comes in the form, that's cash, right? That's why the Eagles have what they have. They have a lot of very good players. So they should still be competitive next year. But you can't, and I'm not the first to say this, you can't put out the type of team you had last year, year after year after year, whether you're a cash team or a cap team. Do you think the Patriots wanted to trade Tyreek Hill 1 year and then trade L'Jarius Sneed 2 years later and then trade Joe Thuney this year? No, nobody wants to. But when you win with great players, you have to make financial decisions, whether it's cap related or cash related. It all just depends on what your team is. There are some teams that believe in cash and cap being the exact same. So they don't do bonuses and prorations out the wazoo and voidable dummy years. Every year, the cash matches the cap. The Eagles are not like that. But that is why they've been able to assemble some really, really special 53s with some very good players.
All right, that's a good breakdown from Geoff Mosher here, Football at 4. Real quick, before we let Moshe out of here, Ben Van Sumeren will be back with the Eagles. Kind of an underrated thing. He played fullback for them last year, and when they lost him, they actually brought another fullback in to replace him. So it seems like something that they valued out of him. He also plays linebacker and special teams. So Ben Van Sumeren was a restricted free agent or an exclusive rights free agent.
An exclusive rights free agent. Yeah, I mean,
yes, exclusive rights free agent, yes. So he is recovering from ACL. Not anything that anybody should get all that crazy and excited about, but that is just a little bit of note-keeping there. Number 2, former Eagle Javon Hargrave is signing with Minnesota, 2 years, $30 million, $19 million in guarantees. And you're seeing a lot of these teams around the league handing out a lot of money to some players who are on the back end of their careers. And the Eagles are trying to avoid having to count on that level of player. If they're bringing that guy in, Jeff, they'll give that guy a 1-year deal. They don't want to give him multiple years.
That's right. They want to find bargains. They want to find like a Chris Long, a Patrick Robinson, LeGarrette Blount. who else can I throw into that category? Of course, I'm
Chris
going with the
Long.
ones that helped them win a Super Bowl, but obviously they tried that a little bit 2 years ago when they signed Terrell Edmonds and Justin Evans and Zach Cunningham, and it didn't work. And hey, listen, it may not work. I can't sit here and tell you the Eagles are going to be in the Super Bowl next year, but I darn sure can tell you that when the season begins, the Eagles will be looked at as one of the better teams in the NFL, no matter what.
Well, I was going to say, is it fair to say that this team's not going to be as good this year than they were last year? I mean, I think that's pretty fair.
Let me ask you this: the Chiefs team that won the Super Bowl over the Eagles 3 years ago, right? Was that their best iteration of themselves?
Absolutely not. No,
There you go.
I think the team.
And
And I
the
think
one
the
that
Chiefs
just went to the Super Bowl, that won 15 games, was not the best iteration of themselves. So
no doubt. And listen, if you stay the same, you're likely to have been worse. If you just didn't, hey, we retained everybody and we're back and we're the same exact team, other teams are improving. You can't just stay the same. Now, some would say, yeah, but you took a step back. Well, yeah. But if I told you 3 years ago Milton Williams is getting a $26 million contract, you might say you're a nutbag.
yeah, I think you're right. And it's good to look at things in reverse. And I just want to make this abundantly clear. I'm not trying to be a mouthpiece for the organization. I'm not saying everything they're doing is the right move. You and I are just trying to explain why they do what they do. And we can honestly say what they do has led to them being a fairly successful organization, not only over the last 8 years, but really the last 25 years, but really especially over the last 8 to 10, right? So
yes.
I just want to let everybody understand that. I'm not trying to be a mouthpiece. I'm trying to explain. But if you saw what they did after they went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago and lost, it was bye-bye Javon Hargrave, bye-bye TJ Edwards, it was bye-bye Kaiser White, it was goodbye Isaac Seumalo. I mean, those are some really, really good players. Seumalo, Hargrave, and Edwards were really, really good players, right? No doubt.
Yep.
Okay. But in the aftermath, it was extension for Landon Dickerson, extension for there was another player who got a big extension. They gave Bradbury one. It didn't work out, but they had the money to do it, and everybody loved it at the time, right? Slay, they let test the market. Then he came back on some money. They gave AJ Brown that first extension before they did another one. They got Devontae Smith extended. So if you're a fan of the fact that the Eagles have Landon Dickerson and Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson and all these other players who are still playing for them at a high level under contract and extended and making good money, but not the number one guy at his position, that only happens because you didn't give big cash to the guys that we just mentioned let go. You cannot have it both ways. So
Good
that is
explanation.
sort of that's what I
Good
can
football
say.
at 4 today with Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. So we'll see what ends up happening. Free agency is now official. Anything you see from this point forward, that has actually happened. Everything that happened the first 2 days, that's all a mirage. Today, it's real for reals. And Mosher's back next week for football at 4 here on the Sports Best. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Be good.
All right, there you go. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, and you can be a part of the show. Text 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Coming up, Nick's Nuggets is in the house. Nick Earnshaw, what is on his mind today? We'll find out. Coming up next, right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. Just follow at Mike Gill Show. Simple, easy. Do it. We'll talk to you with Nuggets next.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Huge three-pointer this month during the Matt Blatt Kia Gladness Sale. Zero down, zero payments for 90 days, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months on every new Kia Sportage and Sorento SUV in stock. Here's a steal. Get up to $5,000 more. Really Blue Book fair market value for any trade. For the purchase of any new 2024 Kia with no payments till June. How about a 3-point play? Zero down, zero payments until June on over 1,100 new Kias in stock, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months, plus 120% more for your trade. It's Gladness, baby, at Matt Blatt Kia in Abington, Egg Harbor Township, and Tom's River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Trade less miles and dealer recon on new 2024 Kia purchase. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 4/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Thank you for making Total Wine & More America's #1 online source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to 30% lower with super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network. Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers in action tonight in Toronto to take on the Raptors. Coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN at 7:30. Philadelphia losing Monday in Atlanta. They have lost 4 of their last 5 and 7 straight games on the road. Tyrese Maxey has been ruled out as he continues to deal with injuries to his back and finger. Paul George also remaining out for tonight's game. The Flyers hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning Thursday and looking to snap a 5-game losing skid after they fell Tuesday night to Ottawa 5-2. They trailed 1-0, 24 seconds in the game. Our coverage Thursday starts at 7 right here on 97.3 ESPN. The NCAA men's basketball tournament starts next week. All the games right here on 97.3 ESPN. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow.
Onshore breezes and abundant cloud cover will make for less than stellar weather over the next few days, especially the closer you are to the coast. Increasing clouds tonight, low temperature dips to around 40 degrees. And tomorrow, pretty cloudy, maybe a bit foggy at times, and cool, high temperature limited to 47. Mostly cloudy Friday, high 53. We'll jump back into the 60s this weekend. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band champ, Spirit Squad showcase, gifts day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit macsports.com/basketball for more information.
Listen to all the madness. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
All right, welcome back. 434 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Nick Earnshaw's back for another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. And I told you guys earlier, opening day, we're going to be at Maynard's in Margate. We'll have tickets to give away to Philly's home opener, and we'll have tickets to go see the Metallica shows over at Lincoln Financial Field. They got 2 shows happening at Lincoln Financial Field. Enter to win starting tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash, but our 2nd annual watch party live at Maynard's in Margate. We packed that place last year. We had a ton of Phillies fans out there. The place was red all over. And the Phillies open on Thursday, March 27th. That's when we'll be live at Maynard's in Margate. And you'll have a chance to win home opener tickets. The opening day, by the way, is in Washington against the Nationals. The home opener falls on a Monday. And who do they play on the home opener, you know?
Gosh, I'm trying to think now. I just had it up just a couple seconds ago. I know they play the Nationals to open the season. It's Colorado, right?
Yep, Colorado.
Oh, man, I knew they opened with the Nationals to start the year, and it just seems like every year, Mike, that they always open up on the road now. I mean, how many years in a row have they opened up on the road? It feels like almost every year they're opening up on the road. They never get to open the season at Citizens Bank Park.
Well, it's on a Monday, so we'll be sending someone and a parking pass. You'll get the parking, you'll get the tickets to the game. And this year we're actually adding another prize, the Metallica show. So it's going to be an eclectic mix of people over there. You a Metallica fan there, Nick Earnshaw? Looks like a little bit older than you.
Little Enter Sandman. I don't mind that. I'll listen to a little bit of Metallica. I've opened my shows with that before on occasion. But yeah, no, last year was a lot of fun at Maynard's. We had so much fun down there. It was packed. I remember I got there towards the second half of the show. I could barely get in, could barely find a spot last year.
It was mobbed, dude. It was mobbed last year. So anybody out there, mark your calendars. March 27th, we'll be at Maynard's. Even if you can't qualify, you can't get in, and you want to watch the game somewhere, Maynard's at Margate on that Thursday opening day to enter.
Yeah, take a day off from work, go enjoy the Phils, have fun down at Maynard's, maybe win a prize from the Sports Bash. There's nothing better than it, Mike. I am so ecstatic for this season, this baseball season. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, I had to start with a Philadelphia Phillies nugget today. All right, Matt Gill putting out an article in The Athletic regarding Trey Turner, I thought was absolutely fascinating. I want to read a little blurb from it real quick, Mike, and it has to do with his play at shortstop defensively. So here, per Matt Gill in The Athletic today, Turner, who turns 32 in June, is not oblivious. He's heard the noise about his lackluster shortstop play. It is rare for a shortstop to improve with age. He would have to defy several trends to remain at shortstop into his mid-30s. The Phillies did not seriously discuss a position change this winter, multiple team sources said, but there were tougher internal conversations about the future. And I thought that was one of the most fascinating blurbs from that article, Mike, regarding Turner's future. This is a make or break a year for Trey, whether it's offensively, especially defensively. They talked about in the article, him and Bobby Dickerson, the infield coach, did not see eye to eye at first. Not in a bad way, but just the way they go about approaching the game and the shortstop position. So I thought that was fascinating from the article. So this is a huge year for Trey Turner, Mike.
Hey, look, there's no doubt. And I would say, in my opinion, if the Phillies had a chance to redo this deal and get out of it, I think they would. I don't think they've been thrilled with what they've gotten out of him. I don't think offensively he's been what they had hoped for, and I certainly don't think defensively he has been what they hoped for. Certainly, and I've said this from the time they signed him, he is not a $300 million player. Never has been, never will be. And I don't know what you do. I mean, you're stuck with that deal. You signed it. People were excited about it, but he is never a $300 million player. Not on the day he signed was he a $300 million player. So now you got to look at a tough choice of, hey, is this guy going to be sticking at shortstop, or are we going to now pay $300 million for a guy to go play a position that he's not even really, a secondary position? Not a great situation for the Phillies.
Yeah, and you have Aiden Miller waiting in the wings right now, Mike. I mean, they are
and Aiden Miller
very
can play
high. We
shortstop.
talked about it the other day.
Aiden Miller can play. I mean, I watched him play short in the spring. Such a quick, release. I mean, he's powerful arm. He's a guy that if he wants to play shortstop, you can't sit here and say, hey, we want you to go play another position. He's the kind of guy I think that you have to say, no, that guy's our shortstop. So you got to figure out what's I mean, unless Trey Turner's like Gold Glove level shortstop this year, you're going to have a tough decision down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even need him to be Gold Glove level, but the defensive metrics, even the advanced and the eye test, tell you he has not been great defensively at all since he's gotten to Philadelphia. And he hasn't been this amazing defensive talent throughout his career, but he hasn't been that great at all with the Phillies in the field. He's made some really costly mistakes in games before, and the metrics show it, and the eye test shows it. So this is a year where he's really got to find his groove. I know he made a great play the other day. It's not to say, he's awful, but he's got to be much better to live up to that contract and, get on the same page with your coaches. So that's where I'm at with Trey Turner. And the fact that, they didn't seriously discuss a position change, there was conversations about the future of that position. That's what Matt Gelb reported in that Athletic article today. That was fascinating. They did a deep dive with Trey Turner, and he also recognizes that he needs to have a big year this year as well, whether it's on the defensive and offensive sides.
I think it's both, too, right? The offensive thing, again, I go back to, I think he's been a disappointing offensive player. He's been a good offensive player. I'm not saying he has stunk. He was really bad his first couple months here. He kind of turned it on. But I think he's been an okay, good offensive player, not a great offensive player. He has not been an impactful part of the offense. And when this team went to the World Series in 2022 against the Astros, and then you added Trey Turner, you're thinking, we went to the World Series, and we've added a player as impactful as Trey Turner. I think you were willing to kind of go with the overpay because, man, that lineup seemed like it was a bat short in the World Series against the Astros. You add a player Trey Turner's magnitude, and it seems that the team took a step back.
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, was Gene Segura the glue guy? I mean, Gene Segura, it was probably the right time to move on from him. He's he was out of the league, I know, for a little bit. I don't know where he is at now, but yeah, I mean, this is a massive year for Trey Turner. He has not been a $300 million player, and the bat hasn't been there as well. Like, you're totally right. After that World Series, you were thinking, we could just, maybe if we had one more bat into that lineup, a guy who's a little more consistent, not as boom or bust, a guy like Trey Turner, you think maybe that could put him over the top, and it didn't. They've just gone backwards each year, and in both years, the bats went silent again, just like the World Series.
Yeah, and by the way, not only were you just getting a bat, you were getting a top-of-the-order bat, a one that you were like, wow, we're putting a guy into the top 3 in the lineup. By the way, we got some breaking news.
Yep, I was just about to say that.
The show right here. There you go. Adam Schefter reporting. Actually, you got to give Jordan Schultz the original credit because he reported this 2 days ago. Darius Slay gets a 1-year, fully guaranteed $10 million contract with the Steelers. So that is now confirmed. Darius Slay is out of the Eagles organization. He's going across the state to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep. So a little breaking news nugget right there as well. I guess it's not really totally breaking news at this point because, like you mentioned, I sent you the Schultz thing the other day, and Pelissero came back and said, hold up, it's not done yet. But now Schefter's reporting $10 million deal, fully guaranteed, is fascinating at this point. I mean, could the Eagles given him that at $10 million? I know they're a cash team, right? Like they'll pay their guys up front. I mean, they could have maybe brought him back, but I think they just want to continue to go younger. And there was an interesting article in NBC Sports Philadelphia today, Mike, talking about Howie Roseman's approach to this season, saying, yeah, you're going to have a tough offseason after a Super Bowl, right? And you're just going to have to go younger. They're going to give guys an opportunity to play, move on from a guy like Slay. Not too surprising.
Well, no, I mean, once we saw this, and then, I guess the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade, and then, that whole, the element between them on social media. That's why I hate to read into these social media wars. Did they have a beef? And then when they traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, was that their way to kind of get Slay to come back? The interesting part about Slay was, like many of these guys, by the way, they say one thing and then do another. The money talks, man. $10 million guaranteed. Okay, maybe I don't want to really play in Detroit or Philadelphia anymore. I'll go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and this is why you don't listen to the Player Podcast, because they can yap and yap and yap, and then they sign with a completely different team that they didn't even bring up. That wasn't even talked about, wasn't even in the discussion. Boom, he's going to Pittsburgh, just going across the state. So he's staying fairly close to Philadelphia, only going to Pittsburgh, but yeah, I mean, Slay, listen, had a great career with the Eagles, was pretty much liked throughout his tenure with the Birds. So, a couple of social media blips here and there, but overall, hey, he helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl, went to 2. I mean, that's a pretty good stint with Philadelphia.
Yeah, so he is now officially a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Eagles released him, and he will be a member of the Steelers 1 year, fully guaranteed $10 million deal. Darius Slay is a Pittsburgh Steeler. That sounds kind of weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little weird. Not Detroit or yeah, it's a little weird. By the way, that's like a breaking news nugget. I think that's like the extra nugget you find in the bottom of the bag when you go to like a fast food restaurant. It falls out and maybe there's an extra one. That was essentially what we got right there with Slay officially getting the fully guaranteed nugget there, Mike.
How many people have gone and got the 6-pack and, like a 6-pack of nuggets and get the extra nugget? Does that ever happen to anybody?
That's happened to me before. I have gotten extra nuggets before. And then you have like the bigger nugget that's like combined, like it's like deformed. So it's a little bigger. I'll count that as an extra nugget.
That's the one I'm not usually touching, though, because that one's like shot up with like steroids or something. That one's like where people end up having like a third neck, a third ear or something.
That's just extra chicken for me. Like I'll take it. I'll take a little extra protein, I guess, right? I'll take it. So I guess
are we really sure that those nuggets are filled with protein?
Yeah, well, who knows? Who knows what type of nuggets I'm eating over here? But we got to move on to Nugget 2.5. And I want to talk a little Sixers. You know, tonight's a big game, Mike, especially for the tank. They play the Toronto Raptors tonight. You know who's right in front of them in the standings? The Toronto Raptors. The Sixers are currently in that 7 spot where they lose the pick this year and give it to Oklahoma City. So this is a massive game for the Philadelphia 76ers. And it's a big deal because, my goodness, and if you're able to jump a few spots and lose to Toronto, then continue to lose and jump a couple of spots, I mean, the odds of getting that number 1 overall pick just shoot up, don't they?
Yes. Yes, it does. Tonight's a big game, and I tweeted something out again. This is what the NBA product has become, and it's a disgrace. It is sad and disgraceful. And I actually have come up with another opportunity for the NBA to stop incentivizing teams to lose, okay? I have the other one that I've talked about for a couple of years, which is top 8 teams make the playoffs. If you're the 9 seed, you have the best lottery odds. If you're the 10 seed, you have the second best lottery odds. 11, 12, 13. So the worst team, their lottery odds aren't the best if you're the first team that doesn't make the playoffs. So you want your team to win a game at this stage of the season. But here's another opportunity that the NBA can do to stop this disgraceful way that they end these seasons. Top 8 teams in the playoffs. The non-playoff teams play in a tournament. the winner of that tournament, you have the best lottery odds, or you actually win the number 1 overall pick. The runner-up, you get the 2nd overall pick. Team 3, 4, 5, 6 in the non-playoff bracket. That's how your lottery odds get set. But if you win that tournament, you get the number 1 pick. If you finish 2nd in that tournament, you get the number 2 overall pick. Make teams want to win games at this stage of the season. Plus, it would open up a whole nother window for Netflix or Prime Video or Apple TV or TNT or ESPN or NBC to air these playoffs. Because guess what? Fans would be very interested to watch those games to see if their team would, in fact, win that tournament to get the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, these are free ideas out there, Adam Silver. I mean, Mike's just coming up with them. They're on Twitter. They're on 97.3 ESPN during the sports bat. I mean, they're right here for you. I'm so tired. Like, the in-season tournament does nothing for me. Like,
Zero.
This would do something for me, Mike. I like this idea. I'm actually with you on this one for once. In-season tournament does absolutely nothing. You're raising a meaningless banner. This would actually incentivize winning. If they want to incentivize winning, this would be an idea.
You have
because they
to.
don't incentivize it right now.
You can't have a game tonight between 2 teams who have no interest, or by the way, forget interest in winning the game. They have no benefit to win the game. There is no benefit for these 2 teams tonight. It would be dumb of them to win the game. You cannot have a league where winning actually hurts you.
Yeah, and at this point, listen, if the Sixers do move up to that 6th spot, they have a 45.8% chance to get that 1st overall pick. If they get into that 5 spot, it's 64%. And then at the 4th overall slot, 81.1%, the 4th worst record in this league. So Sixers, just lose, keep losing, tank, tank, tank. Delete, delete, delete. I think that was what came out the FCC today. It was one of their things that their initiatives are pushing. Delete, 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 tank, tank, tank. I'm done.
All right, there you go.
2.5 nuggets for you.
2.5 nuggets today. With the breaking news, Darius Slay Nugget, he is officially now released and signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Earnshaw, we'll see you tomorrow, man.
Gill, talk to you.
That's another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, we got another fresh edition of Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein joins us for the 5 o'clock hour. As we now know, some of the moves are happening in the NFL. Darius Slay has signed with, holy moly, he is going to Pittsburgh. By the way, 4-time Pro Bowler DeMarcus Lawrence is leaving Dallas. He is going to Seattle. That, according to Jordan Schultz. DeMarcus Lawrence, no longer a Cowboy. He's going to Seattle.
It's Sixers Raptor tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Quick drives in traffic, spins, keeps it, drives, left hand land good. What a remarkable play by Grimes.
It's Sixers Raptors tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
Are you kidding me? He rocks the rim with a right-hand jam.
97.3 ESPN.
Matt Platt Mitsubishi makes upgrading your ride to a new Mitsubishi super easy. Brand new 24 Outlander SUV, just $29,999. You heard right. A brand new SUV with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty for under $30,000. That's less than most used SUVs. Plus, 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or 0% financing for 60 months. You just sign and drive on all remaining 24, but they won't last. Get yours before they're gone. So bring any trade, and AJ the Trade Man will get you into a new Mitsubishi. Brand new Outlander PHEV, 0 security deposit, and just $399 per month lease. Yep, just sign and drive it home. Matt Platt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past.
Simply, Matt Platt Mitsubishi.
Rate qualification success, bulletproof credit, 1666 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024. Outlander Sports, not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details. Phone call 844-946-3315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Expires 4/4/25. Offers not in combination. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Sky Rizzy and Clear Skin, count me in.
With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health. Delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, moving the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidelines. No shortcuts. Their EHC office provides privacy, comfort, flat-screen TVs, and zero fluff. Get stronger and get healthier and get back in the game with free testosterone tests and consultation, a complete medical evaluation, and a customized game plan. With on-site lab, you'll get testosterone levels in just 15 minutes. Call Game Day Men's Health in EHT, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT and GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill sent you for a special offer.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Bally Bet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Must be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ballybet Sportsbook and Casino.
Download it.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more, this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone, because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
With GMF financing, qualified buyers excludes strippers and Corvette excludes prior sales.
It's back
It's Bennett Chevy's most popular event, March Markdowns for the entire month of March. So get to Bennett right now for savings up to 20%. That's right, you get up to 20% off. That's because Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, plus gives you all the rebates. So get to Bennett Chevy now and save even more with available 0% financing. Looking for used? Bennett Chevy is South Jersey's largest certified dealer with great savings on every single one. And during March Markdowns, you'll get a minimum 10 grand for the worst clunker towards any pre-owned in stock. That's at least $10,000. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And our non-commissioned sales team is the best. They're paid on your satisfaction, not your budget and how much you spend. So everybody gets our famous no pressure, friendly, and helpful service. Together, let's drive during March Markdowns at Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
See Joe Coy and friends.
It feels good to laugh. That's why I tell people laugh. It's free. Not tonight. Not tonight, but tomorrow. Like to go laughing.
Don't miss them, Atlantic City. Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets on sale Friday, March 14th at 10 a.m. at theoceanac.com. Don't miss Joe Coy and friends.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
5 o'clock driving you home. What's up, everybody? Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got so much diving into this final hour of the show. NFL free agency is officially underway, and the Eagles have now lost another player, officially anyway. Darius Slay has been released, and he is now signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which we heard on Monday, and then everybody kind of was like, whoa, that can't actually happen because the Eagles never released him. Well, the Eagles did release him today, and now he has signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's 1 year, guaranteed $10 million for Darius Slay. So you can see the Eagles weren't even willing to give him a 1-year deal with the guaranteed money he got. It makes it a little difficult. All right. Ryan Rothstein's back. Ryer Sigh for this Thursday. What's today? Wednesday here on the Sports Bash. We're confused by all the days because free agency seems like it goes on for massive amounts of days. But today's the actual first day of free agency. And, the Eagles lose another player. We got that. We got a whole bunch more. I had a plan that I just threw out with Nuggets. I don't know if you heard that. I hate how the NBA, like this time of the year, you want your team to lose.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of having games where you rather your team lose, and I'm trying to come up with ways that the NBA can fix this problem. So I've had one for years that I've thrown out over the air, and I just have another. I now have another one that I think is better than just saying I want my team to lose.
All right, what do you got?
So what I proposed to Nuggets, and I put this out on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, is 8 teams make the playoffs. The teams that don't make the playoffs, you are in a non-playoff tournament. If you win the tournament, you get the number 1 seed. If you're the runner-up in the tournament, you get the number 2 seed. And then teams 3, 4, 5, based on where you finish in that tournament, that's what your odds are in the lottery. And you have to give incentives to want to keep winning games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm out.
You don't think people would watch the non-playoff tournament to see if their team gets the number 1 pick?
No way. You do?
Yes, absolutely.
No way. People already aren't watching. They're not going to watch bad teams play against each other in essentially meaningless action. I mean,
It's not meaningless action. What do people say? I want my team to get the number one pick. Now I get to watch my team play to get the number one pick. And you're actually hoping your team wins, which is the opposite of what you want to happen now.
I hear you, but people don't know what they want. People like to, complain and moan. But when it comes down to it, they ain't watching their favorite basketball team right now. Most people, the average fan, especially here in Philly, right? We know this market the best. I'll speak for this market. The average fan ain't watching the Sixers. And the average fan ain't going to watch the Sixers who fail to make the postseason play to compete for like the one seed the one pick or the third overall pick, right? Like, I love your idea. You're thinking outside the box, and the NBA does need to do something.
Yeah.
I just wholeheartedly don't believe that would captivate an audience. It wouldn't, because the NBA is failing to captivate audiences with the good teams right now.
I actually think people will be more excited about the championship game for the number one pick than an 8-1 first-round playoff game.
Well, winner take all matchup where the winner gets the number one overall pick. It would be interesting. Yeah, it would be interesting. I don't know if that's the answer, though.
What would draw better? That philosophy or that idea or a summer league basketball game?
Summer league basketball has been actually drawing over the years.
That's my point. You put on a game that has some sort of like, hey, this game, if you win, you have a better chance to get the number one pick. I think it would create buzz. I think you could get like a Netflix or an Amazon Prime to say, hey, we'll buy that package. We'll put it on.
I think if you're talking about a one game, the winner of this game only gets the number one pick. Yeah, but now we're talking about one game, right? If you start talking about a tournament, the 6 worst teams, the 8 worst teams, like all that stuff, that's not going to draw. One game to get the one pick, that will, that would draw. I think it would do decent.
I would say I agree with you to some extent that some of the early games wouldn't draw. Put it this way: you put live sports on TV, it's drawing better than anything else you're putting on television.
Well, yeah, but now we're shifting our conversation. That's not an NBA fixing their problem. We're just talking about sports is king. I mean, that's two different conversations.
Not necessarily. I think it's still fixing the problem because the teams are now trying to win games. You're just saying that people might not watch the teams that don't make the playoff.
Yeah. I don't know how we get there, right? Like, what's the answer to the problem, right? The one game is good, but how are we getting that game, right? Is it just that one game then? And that's still not a big overall fix to the problem of 90% of the NBA is not in contention for a title, right? I mean, that's the overlying point, is it?
Well, that's why I say get rid of the play-in tournament and then put those 4 teams.
But the play-in's been a success, Mike. I would argue the play-in has actually been somehow relative success for as far as the bottom portion of these conferences are actually, they are competing, and now you have the middle of the pack trying to get out of the bottom, right? So I do think that has actually worked. I don't think eliminating the play-in is going to improve the situation.
Well,
I don't know what the answer is, to be fair.
Right now in the East, you have nobody interested in being in that play-in tournament. Like right now, the Sixers are the next team out. Do you want them to win to try to get in that play-in tournament? Of course you don't.
No, because the Sixers situation is unique, but then you look at like the Lakers, and they've been fighting to make sure they stay out of the play-in. Where if there wasn't a play-in, the Lakers and those teams that are fighting in the West, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, right? Like those teams are all jockeying for position. They're trying to get out of the play-in. So it helped it helped move up the floor.
I mean,
it helped move up the floor.
Right, it did a little bit, but I mean, you're essentially saying like Sacramento and Dallas. I don't think either. I think both of those teams would rather be in the lottery than be in the play-in.
Sacramento and Dallas would, just based off of their situation right now this year, based off of their injuries.
Mm-hmm.
But I think typically, like Sacramento, they want to get in the play-in. They're a young team. They want the playoff experience. They're like, put us in the play-in. Let's try and win the play-in. Let's try and get the 7th seed, right? Like, I think that has mattered.
Like, Chicago's actually won 3 in a row, but, like, you think they're excited about being the 10th seed?
No, but that fan base now gets to watch a play-in game like that. That's something. I think that has changed the dynamic, don't you? Where otherwise they're not playing for nothing right now. Now at least they can maybe end up as the 8th seed to their death.
I think I don't know. I think like if you put in fine, you want the play in, fine. Then you take in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams don't get in. So those 5 teams are now put into a tournament for the number 1 pick.
Yeah. How about, you know how we have the tournament at the beginning of the year? What's it called? With the ugly courts? I can't even tell you the name of it.
Yeah, the in
joke,
season,
the clown show in season tournament.
The Emirates. Yeah.
Okay.
But what you do is
Stupid.
so you have 10 teams. The top 2 teams in the East and the West, they get a bye, and then it's 1 through 8, and then like you play your way through.
How about
single
this?
elimination.
How about this? The worst
single
teams,
elimination, just like the NCAA tournament.
I'm in on single elimination. I proposed that to you a while ago that the NBA has to figure out how to have more single elimination games.
Not for the playoffs, but for this tournament, it just would be a straight.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I got something here. All right. We're working this out. We got to send this letter to Adam Silver. How about the worst teams at the end of one year, right? To start the next year. That's the in-season Emiratis Cup, whatever the heck it is. And they're competing for the number 1 draft pick the following year. I don't know how that works, though. I thought I had something, and I don't. But do you understand my logic? Like, somehow that tournament goes to your point to start this conversation.
We talked about this before, when that first year of the tournament is like if you win that tournament,
right,
you automatically get a top 4 seed in the playoffs. Something to that effect, or I don't know, but I can't
either a top
stand
4 seed, or if you end up stinking on ice, you get a top 4 lottery pick. I don't know what that looks like.
I just can't stand at this stage of the season with so many games left. Your team, you have no interest in, and it's not even like you as a fan having no interest. It does not benefit your team at all to win this game tonight, and that should never be the case.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is? Because I think you can make an argument. It's more of the fans' fault than like what has the league done to result in this? Is my point. I think it's more of the fans and how their shifting has all of a sudden become, title or we want to stink on ice. There's no middle ground.
As the fans have become more educated in that, hey, back in the 80s, you never thought about, hey, losing is actually more beneficial because you get a better draft choice. Like that was something that was never talked about. And then I don't want to say like Sam Hinkie and the Sixers invented this idea of it.
No, but they catapulted it.
They publicized it.
Yes.
And then other people were like, well, if they're actively trying to lose, why don't we actively try to lose? And then you got this whole thing where it became, I'd rather be bad because I know I'm not good enough to win a championship. And if I go into the season and I already know that we're not going to win, I might as well just not be good. And that is a terrible – look, I always said I support what the Sixers did, but I think it's a horrible way that the league allows that to happen. Now, they tried to combat it with what they did with the lottery rules. But that being said, I think it's gotten to the point where, the Sixers or the Raptors tonight have no benefit of winning this game tonight. None. Look at their injury list. It's a joke.
It's a joke. Well, and that's been the case for the Sixers all damn year. But, regardless of that point, you're right. It's a joke, and it doesn't matter. It also is a result of sports becoming a year-round phenomenon. Fans have increasingly enjoyed the process, pun intended, more and more. As fans have become more and more educated, they enjoy making this franchise mode in a video game. Okay, if we're not going to be, in contention to win the national championship, you know what I mean, the NBA Finals, Super Bowl, whatever, we're interested in the draft prospect. We're interested in our draft positioning, our free agency, all of that stuff. So how does the NBA capitalize on all of that other interest outside of the calendar year? I think that's an interesting combo as well. What do you think of that?
Yes. I look, they have to do something, though, where we're in, even by the All-Star break, the week after the All-Star break, as a Sixers fan, now the Sixers, you're right, are in a unique situation where they do not have their lottery pick if it's 7 or on. But I'm imagining this conversation would play in many other towns in the NBA world right now, where they don't want their team to win. There's no benefit in them winning the game. And how many games are coming up on the schedule for just Philadelphia? You just look at Philadelphia and say, okay, here's what's left for them the rest of the year. And
they don't want to win any of these games, to your point. I mean, they should be literally communicating, we want to lose these games.
Exactly. If you're Daryl Morey, you should literally walk in to Nick Nurse and say, we are actively telling you to lose these games. You're playing Toronto tonight, who has no interest in winning. You have a game against Dallas on Sunday, no interest in winning. You have a game against San Antonio, no interest in winning. You have a game coming up against New Orleans and Washington. Those teams have no interest in winning. Then you play Toronto again, no interest in winning. Washington again, no interest in winning. So you have multiple games that are pairing teams up that have no interest in winning the game. And that you can't have that. You've got to figure out a way to stop that situation.
And, how has the landscape of college basketball impacted this conversation? I think that's an interesting piece to all of this. And it sort of ties into a couple of points and sound bites that I have ready for us for this hour of Rye or Sigh, Mike Gill. Hurley, the head coach of the UConn back-to-back winning national title Huskies, he sat down for a 60 Minutes interview, and he had some interesting pieces, some interesting things to say in that interview. And I want to set up this one soundbite. We'll play a couple, but it does factor into the overall possible issue with basketball right now in general. Maybe not directly with the NBA, but certainly indirectly with the NBA, and absolute direct with college hoops and the NIL and how that's impacted college basketball. Hurley was asked about the NIL and his thoughts on it. So I want to play this first clip where he talks about his roster and the NIL and what's currently going on. Here's Hurley. Take a listen to this.
50% of my roster or more. 50% of my roster or more is at least, considering going in the portal. If not, already knows what school that they're going to.
So I heard this.
What show was this on, by the way?
60 Minutes, CBS. I heard this and I sighed. Okay, now I'll disclaim my sigh with, I am 100% for these players getting paid. I am 100% for all of these players getting what they deserve as far as money is concerned. But I feel like the pendulum has swung way too far from one side to the other here. And to hear Hurley say half of his roster is currently, I just picture half of their locker room on their phones texting other coaches, like you up. It's a mess right now. And they're setting up their deals to go play for Gonzaga, to go play for Arizona, to go play for Duke, to go play for UNC. All these programs are already thinking about the following year during their year. It's a mess right now. What's your take before we get to the next soundbite?
Well, I've always thought that you shouldn't have paid the players because this was bound to happen. You can't let this happen. I know we keep saying, well, they deserve to get paid. No, they don't. They don't deserve to get paid. Wow. I didn't deserve to get paid when I was in college. I had a job. I worked at the campus radio station. I did not get paid.
Because you had a paper route in the 90s at WU, MG, though, that doesn't mean they don't deserve to get paid.
I didn't say a paper route. I worked for the school. I got a stipend.
Sure.
And that was what I made, $150 every 2 weeks. Now, do they deserve a bigger stipend than $150 every 2 weeks? Yes. But the fact that we're like, they deserve to get paid. No, you go to college to then audition for a job. Where did we say when you're in college?
There, Mike? You're not speaking in reality, though. You know that. You know you're not speaking in reality.
I know that I'm not speaking in reality because people feel that for some reason we should move at what point does a high school kid say, well, why don't I get paid? What about
because the money's not there. The money's not there for the majority of that industry. We're talking about a $1 billion industry in college basketball where you have facilities, you have $1 million practice facilities, and you have $1 million arenas, and you have jersey sales, and you have Instagram, all the Instagram and social media money.
And I agree. I agree that they should get paid on that's what I said. I'm not saying they don't deserve anything. I'm saying,
you did, but
no, I'm saying I don't think it's a right that, hey, I'm a college student and I should also get paid. No. Everybody goes to college for the opportunity to get a job when you get out of college. That's how it works. I don't just walk into college and say, you know what, I want to be a doctor. I have to pass the prerequisite courses to get now I might be Doogie freaking Howser, but guess what? I'm not getting paid until I pass all of the tests. So they have no quote-unquote right to be paid. If the NBA had any stones, they would say the prerequisite for you to play in my league is 3 years of college basketball without compensation. Otherwise, you're not eligible to be drafted. And guess what? That would change everything, but they never did that. So now you started this whole thing, and it's now trickled down because you're right of the greed.
Yes.
They have so much money coming in that
Not the weed.
you made people feel exploited. Well, if you would have been paying these guys a stipend all along, it would never have gotten to this point. Hey, guess what? You are a college athlete, and because, like, Mike Gill worked at the college radio station, he got a stipend for $150. Guess what? As a 18, 19, 20-year-old kid, when I got that check, I was doing backflips.
Yeah,
when
that was
check
fair.
came in.
That was fair. That was fair for the work that you were doing for that college station and for that audience at the time. That's fair.
Absolutely. So my
As
point
it
is,
should
if
be
they would
fair
have
for
given
these guys,
if they would have given these guys exactly, if they would have given these kids a stipend, hey, here's $5,000 because you're at football practice. That's your stipend. You get $5,000 every 2 weeks. I don't think this would have ever been a huge problem.
yeah, and they're also, it can't just be the wild, wild west. Here, let's play this second clip, and we can get a lot more into this conversation. But here's Hurley talking more about the impact. He just mentioned, as we already discussed a lot, but in case you missed it, Hurley mentioned 50% of his roster is fielding offers to go play elsewhere. 50% of his roster essentially already knows where they're going to be playing next year, and it's not going to be at UConn. He talked about the impact on this and the volatility associated. Take a listen.
What does it do to a culture of a college basketball team when half the guys are fielding offers for next season to go elsewhere?
Well, I mean, look at the volatility this year. The level of volatility in college sports, this has now become a year-to-year proposition. The game has changed completely.
See, here's the problem, right? Because you and I are different, but we're sort of same on this, right? Like, we both agree they should be paid. It just can't be the current landscape, all right? So we agree on that. But here's the problem. This is, I could argue, benefiting college basketball, as we're about to see in this tournament. What does college basketball live on, Mike? Volatility. So, like, the fact that this is creating more of a wild, wild west type of an atmosphere, I fear, is going to only allow this to continue. And I sigh at that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I sigh about the whole situation. Yes, I think college basketball, it's sad that it's gotten to this. And what Hurley's saying, you got the best program, back-to-back national champions, and the coach is saying they don't even want to play for me because of that. Like, they don't care. They don't care that we're the best program or we won back-to-back national championship or that I might be the best coach in the country. They don't care. So it's like it's everything. It's everything that is wrong with everything we do. The greed consumes and ruins. And we fuel this because we're like, yeah, they deserve to be paid. And then at the same time, we're saying, but you've ruined my game. Well, then don't let them be greedy, because once the greed gets involved, yes, your game is going to be ruined.
But that's my point. That's why I asked you that. Is I don't think the problem with this is it's not ruined. I'm arguing, and this is why I want your thoughts. I'm arguing that this is actually going to help. The fact that it's caused more volatility, the fact that it's year-to-year propositions right now for all these programs, that's how the NCAA in men's basketball eats. So I fear it's not going to change.
I see. Here's the problem with like basketball. I'm a huge college basketball fan, and it's so hard to get into it because you just don't know the players. The reason the game was great when it was great is because freshman year you played and they lost, and then they came back as sophomores, and that class would battle Duke, North Carolina. Does anybody care about Duke, North Carolina anymore?
I don't know if that's fair to say. I think yes is the answer to that question, right? I mean, maybe it's different, but I mean that's still.
By the way, the ratings for the game they just played. By the way, did you know they played 2 weeks ago? The ratings were down significantly. North Carolina stinks, by the way.
Yeah, that's an impact on it.
Yeah. The Big East imploded. So all of those schools that were, do we know that Syracuse was the worst team in the ACC this year? They were the last seed.
Yeah.
Georgetown, do you remember Georgetown? Like they still have a basketball team.
Right.
St. John's actually had a good year this year, but does anybody know that?
I think just because of Rick Pitino and the documentary, he's picked up a lot of steam. But if it had, I think to your point,
I'm
I would
talking
say,
about the average person listening to the
Right.
Sports Bash right now.
Probably not.
Do they know that St. John's had a really good year this year? Do they know that Georgetown is insignificant? Do they know that Villanova stinks?
Yeah, and Kyle
Or did it
Neptune
just-
is a joke. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I don't like. Is that because of the NIL? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. Maybe.
Yes, I think a lot of this is because you can't connect with the programs anymore because the players aren't there. Now, some of this is because they leave to go to the league early.
Right. I mean, even prior to the NIL, you had guys leaving early. You had the best of the best not staying 4 years anyway. I think the impact is there's a lot of marginal guys that, they go from a fringe starter to the third guy off the bench on UConn, and they say, I can field 20 offers elsewhere and be the second leading scorer for 20 other programs. Right. I think that's the impact is you have all these like 4th through 9th guys on teams leaving. There has to be.
I know you have some more audio. I haven't heard any of this audio yet, so I'm interested because it's, there's a lot of people, they can't stand Hurley. So they're probably like, good, stick it to that guy.
He's polarizing, dude. There's a lot of hate the face to him for sure.
All right, we have more audio. Stick around, more sports bets. I do see text messages coming in on the conversation, so stick around. We'll have more here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN+. Plus, we have an eye on what's happening with the Eagles. If more moves happen, we, of course, will break them to you here. So far, it's been quiet. Darius Slay did sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And anything else that happens between now and game night, I'll have it for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
Listen to all the match. March Madness is coming to 97.3 ESPN.
Score a huge three-pointer this month during the Matt Blatt Kia Gladness Sale. $0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months on every new Kia Sportage and Sorento SUV in stock. Here's a steal. Get up to $5,000 more than Kelly Blue Book fair market value for any trade. For the purchase of any new 2024 Kia with no payments till June. How about a 3-point play? $0 down, 0 payments until June on over 1,100 new Kias in stock, or low 1.9% financing for 60 months, plus 120% more for your trade. It's Gladness, baby, at Matt Blatt Kia in Abington, Egg Harbor Township, and Tom's River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payments. Offers can't be combined. Trade less miles and dealer recon on new 2024 Kia purchase. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 4/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Tom's River.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers back on the ice Thursday, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. It continues a homestand for Philadelphia, looking to snap a 5-game losing skid after they fell Tuesday to Ottawa 5-2. Coverage starts Thursday at 7 right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Sixers in action tonight. They're on the road to face the Toronto Raptors. Philadelphia has lost 7 straight road games and 4 of their last 5 after they fell Monday in Indiana. Tyrese Maxey has been ruled out, continuing to deal with his injuries to his back and finger. Paul George also remaining out for tonight's game. Coverage starts at 7:30 right here on 97.3 ESPN. College basketball, Atlantic City hosting the Mid-Atlantic Conference Tournament. 2 games today. 2 games today at Jim Whelan Boardwalk Hall. Quinnipiac facing Ryder and Merrimack facing Sacred Heart. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices. Just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zero. Onshore breezes and abundant cloud cover will make for less than stellar weather over the next few days, especially the closer you are to the coast. Increasing clouds tonight, low temperature dips to around 40 degrees. And tomorrow, pretty cloudy, maybe a bit foggy at times, and cool, high temperature limited to 47. Mostly cloudy Friday, high 53. We'll jump back into the 60s this weekend. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone can. If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI.
A message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
532 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill with you. For the first time in 2025, boxing's at Tropicana Showroom, Atlantic City, Saturday, March 22nd. Don't miss your chance to see some of the top boxers from South Jersey in action. Headlined by undefeated Atlantic City fighter Justin Figueroa, the professional debut of Pleasantville boxer Julio Sanchez III. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Boxing Insider Promotions action-packed event Saturday, March 22nd inside the Tropicana Showroom. Good conversation. We got a lot of text messages coming in. I haven't seen the Eagles do anything. They did announce officially that they have traded Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So that is now official as well. Ryan Rothstein's back. We spend a couple segments in the 5 o'clock hour each day, kind of recapping everything that's going on. A lot of big stories. I did not see the 60-minute interview with Dan Hurley, but it's good stuff.
It really, really good. We were obviously playing a few clips from it, a couple of highlights that I had, but anyone that hasn't seen it yet, you can YouTube it, just the isolated one-on-one interview with Hurley. It is, it's interesting, and he's a compelling figure right now. Obviously, a back-to-back champion in the sport. He's at the top of the sport, and while the sport is under some scrutiny by people like us and around the world about the NIL and the volatility that it has caused, Mike, it's interesting.
More text messages. This is from Jeff in Ocean City. Mike, check this out. If I want to buy Kansas football tickets to the University of Kansas, I must first donate to NIL before I can buy tickets.
I would love to fact check Jeff there.
He sent me some photos.
Season tickets or just a pair, one game?
I think, it says if I want to buy Kansas football season tickets.
Okay, gotcha.
He actually has a picture that he included in this text message. I can put the picture up on the screen if you're watching.
I missed I missed that part. I skimmed over the season. But I mean that makes sense. I'd be curious on the price impact. Like
there you go.
Prior to NIL, what did season tickets cost, and does it cost more now because of NIL?
Well, how about that? If you're a tier 1, the donation is $1,175. The ticket is $575.
That's crazy.
You're paying more for the donation.
You are. You have to get more than just the seat. I would imagine you get some,
Well, that's tier 1.
Yeah.
It goes all the way down to tier 8. And the picture's kind of cut off after tier 8. There's a family zone. But like, for instance, tier 1, the ticket cost is $1,750 per seat. In tier 4, it is $750 per seat. That's with a $500 NIL donation and a $250 ticket price.
It's crazy because, we've heard for years, for decades and decades, about the shadiness and the brown bag, the cash in the brown bag that gets exchanged hand to hand for these kids, right? But it was always, quote, under the table. Now all we've done is essentially bring the shadiness to the light. I mean, it's still just as shady. It's just anyone can be that shady guy or gal, right? If me or you wanted to donate 20 G's to WVU, we're that shady person now. We're donating to the next player's pocket, essentially. I mean, nothing really has changed except it's just we're acknowledging it's happening, right? Like, what's changed?
What's changed is a lot, actually. Yes, you're right. There was seediness and shadiness, but you didn't have a portal, and then you didn't have the handshake line where the coach is in the handshake line saying, hey, we'll give you $3.5 million if you come play with us next year. You didn't have
they ability. Did. It just was under the table. Players were getting offered money.
Yeah, but you never saw people leaving schools so frequently just to go change, and they're doing so because you see guys play 4 different colleges in 4 years.
More than that, with the COVID year and stuff. I mean, you have guys playing like for 7 programs in 4 years, like legitimately. You could transfer in season, off season. It's bonkers, dude.
Yeah, so the seediness is now, I don't know what's worse, the seediness of, hey, we'll pay you under the table, or the seediness of a coach trying to steal the player from you. That's right in the handshake line.
That needs to change. That needs to end immediately. I mean, there should be Dan Hurley should not know half of his players are communicating with other staff. That should not happen. If you want to handle that in the offseason, I mean, that should be an easy and obvious fix right there. I mean, that should not be taking place mid-season. That doesn't happen in the pros.
I'm not sure how you fix that, though. How do you know that it's happening?
Well, I mean, it's just like anything in the NFL or the NBA. You're at least limiting it and having a little bit more control on the situation where you're going to lose your job if you're a head coach. You're going to get suspended if you're a head coach. You're going to lose your NIL money if you're a head coach getting caught communicating with these players. I think that's the rule that needs to be implemented.
George in Galloway says, right on, MG, college athletes should not get paid. Now, he goes on to tell a story about Rasul Douglas got drafted, and he told a story that he would order a single item from the McDonald's dollar menu. He'd eat half and save the other half for later. I believe he slept on the floor as well. So they should not get paid, but they should absolutely receive enough help to have their basic needs met, which is what I agree with. I think that you should give them a stipend for their time and for their performance. That's what college
well, that's
students
getting paid. You're saying two different things.
I agree that they should get something. My point is you shouldn't have the quarterback of the University of Texas making $15 million a year.
No, I agree, but I also would say I think the opportunities on social media that should be.
I can agree with that. I would say if you could go make money on social media, you shouldn't be told you can't be on TikTok, or Rich Rodriguez at West Virginia is telling his players
you can't
be on Pitch
TikTok. Well, you said you can't dance on TikTok. I mean, listen, if you have, let's say you have the third biggest following on social media on planet Earth, and you just happen to be the quarterback at West Virginia. You're telling me that they shouldn't be able to capitalize on that, right? So
absolutely they should. They absolutely should. Because you shouldn't be able to say, hey, you have a YouTube channel. Sorry, you can't. Like when I was in college, the football players, they couldn't even work like the door at Chicken Bones, like because they're not allowed to get paid.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
You couldn't have another job, which is ridiculous. But I also understand it. But it doesn't. You can't say you can't go make money. We're not paying you. All of your time's to us, and you can't go buy a meal. Although they got fed, but it's just. For an industry that makes billions, they can't get it right, and this isn't brain surgery here.
Well, because of the greed, they didn't want to give up the greed, so they told the schools.
But they gave up all of it.
Who?
The other side, the institutions in the NCAA, they gave up all the greed, and now all the power has swung into the players' hands.
No. They didn't give up any. They didn't give up any greed because they're still making all the money that they were making before. They just aren't using that money to pay. They're saying we're not giving up any of the money that we're making. But if those guys if you want to pay them, go for it.
Right. So I guess I'm miscommunicating it. It's more about the coaching staffs. Their power is gone, because if I'm the best player at Duke and you yell at me, you're the head coach. I don't like your tone, Mike Gill. I don't like your tone, but if you don't change your tone, I'm going to North Carolina.
Absolutely. Right. And so the NCAA and the school is saying, or the NCAA is saying, no, we're not paying these kids. Now, apparently they're putting in a rule now where they're giving each school like a salary cap, like up to $20 million that you can like have as a salary cap, which I think, again, is opening up a bad precedence.
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry is now the assistant GM with Davidson, right? And you're seeing
you're seeing that job being created all over the place now.
Yeah, I mean, general managers have become a vital new position for mainly men's football and men's college hoops, and I understand it. I don't agree with it. Like we're on the same page there, but that has become a necessity for this industry. Like you look at guys like Jay Wright, he got out at the right time. You look at guys like Coach K at Duke, certainly got out at the right time. I want to set up one more soundbite. It's not really particularly with the NIL, but it's Hurley's approach. He's been so crazy, and he's been showcased as a crazed man at times on the sidelines, which is why a lot of people hate him. But actually, Gino Auriemma, 11-time national champion, had to sit him down, and he's been mentoring him all year long on how he needs to approach these seasons year to year. Take a listen on what Dan Hurley had to say about how he's tried to reel it in his approach.
Gino Auriemma, the women's coach here, 11-time national championship winner, reached out to you. Remember what he said?
If the only outcome that makes you a successful coach or a successful season is whether you hang up a national championship banner, then you should get out immediately.
That register?
Not at the moment, because I think in the back of my mind I was saying, well, what the hell else am I in this for?
So, but that's interesting because to me, you can hate Hurley, but I think the volatility year to year, you have to have that mindset. Whereas before, it was more about mentoring and your relationship with the players and their GPA and molding them into men. But none of that matters. And I think he is the perfect guy for this current wild, wild west landscape, Mike Gill.
It's funny because it's like everything else. We have created rules for the exceptions and not the rules.
Yeah.
Where 98% of the players, if not more, will not play in the NBA or play professional basketball. Yet we're setting rules for those players, not the players who will never play professional basketball.
And I would end our conversation with this question. Do we think the NIL and the portal, the transfer portal, will positively or negatively impact the game of basketball / the NBA game?
I'm trying to figure this out because it's a fair question, but there's a lot of rumors about Cooper Flagg who's saying, I don't need to go to the NBA. I'm making $7 million, $8 million, whatever he's making at Duke. And he's saying, I'm having a great time. I'm a kid. I'm making money. I don't need to go to the NBA. I'm making plenty of money. How many others are going to follow that same path where they end up staying in school? And because they stayed in school, the rivalries start to ignite again because Flagg and Duke are playing North Carolina. And they, like you go back and watch like the 30 for 30s or these documentaries, I hate Christian Laettner. Why? Because he was a jerk as a freshman. He was a jerk as a sophomore. He was a bigger jerk as he was
J.J. Redick.
Right, J.J. Redick, Christian Parks. I mean, that's why Duke is what Duke is, because they had players that became villainous players. You can't become a villain in 1 year, like you're gone. So it's hard to get to that level where you're at a level that resonates with somebody, because most of the time, freshman year, some people might not even know who you are. You might not even connect. It's like, okay, I heard about this guy as a freshman. I want to watch him. Well, now he's gone. And that's killing this game,
Yeah, if they stay though, Cooper Flagg has an opportunity to set a precedent where if he decides to stay, that impact on college basketball would be tremendous. It would be tremendous. If we have the top guys now, because they're making all this money, decide to stay where previous years they were leaving, that would make this whole college basketball landscape really interesting.
I agree, and it's a shame that they it's funny. I was listening to a couple of the kids I coached baseball the other day, and they were basically like laughing, like if you stay in college basketball for you're a joke, and it's like that's what the people think. It's like if you're a player and you decide to not go to the draft, like you're perceived as like you stink.
Yeah, and your stock goes down. You're no longer that trending topic on social media. It's that you have to jump on that while the iron's still hot.
Yeah, and look, I think one of the unfortunate situations is so many of these guys go and they enter the draft and they're not ready, and then they just fade away, and it hurts. Now you're hoping that those guys don't enter the draft because they're making some money. Like, is the money that they're making in college enough to make them not leave early when they're not the number one overall pick? I'm talking about these kids that just leave and they're second-round picks,
right?
But they just need to, try to get some money. That thing. I wonder if some of those kids are going to reconsider now.
And the NBA doesn't treat those kids with the appropriate mentorship, right? Like, they're not treating a 19-year-old kid that just played 1 year freshman at Duke as a project, right? They're like, if this kid's not ready to play right away and make an impact, he stinks, he's a bust, we got to move on. And that's what's causing a lot of issues in the game as well, in my opinion.
All right, there you go. Rye or Sigh for this Wednesday edition here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Good conversation. We'll pick it up again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
All right, man.
All right, there's Ryan Rothstein. He's back tomorrow with more Rye or Sigh. You can check us out each and every day in the 5 o'clock hour here on the Bash. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hey, don't forget my friends at Game Day Men's Health, Egg Harbor Township. You can check them out. They're defining a new era in men's health, delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy. Stop out, See what it's all about. Ask questions. Guys, Father Time, he always wins, but they can help you at least battle back. Their EHT office provides privacy, comfort, flat screen TVs, and zero fluff. You can get stronger, you can get healthier, and you can get back in the game with a free testosterone test and consultation. 609-365-7088 or visit them at GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Have you checked out the most loved Indian restaurant in South Jersey? The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is amazing and ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. At Nizam's, they believe that dining is more than just great food. It's the whole experience. The Nizam's open 7 days a week from 11:30 a.m. to 9:30. Join them for a special lunch buffet on Sundays from 11:30 to 3. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health. Delivering premium testosterone replacement therapy, moving the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supporting weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidelines. No shortcuts. Their EHC office provides privacy, comfort, flat-screen TVs, and zero fluff. Get stronger and get healthier and get back in the game with free testosterone tests and consultation, a complete medical evaluation, and a customized game plan. With on-site lab, you'll get testosterone levels in just 15 minutes. Call Game Day Men's Health in EHT, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT and GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill sent you for a special offer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
You look amazing. What have you been doing?
You've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and And do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelty can help provide you with semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less.
How do I get started with Zelty?
Just send them a text.
Text COMMON to 200-300 to get started today with Zelty to see if you're eligible. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text COMMON to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text COMMON to 200-300. COMMON to 200-300.
Same game parlays and slot games for days. Double the fun with the Bally Bet app. Let's play. You can bet on football, basketball, baseball, or play blackjack, roulette, even baccarat, y'all. It's double the fun, 2 apps in one. Download it today, but only if you're 21. The Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino app. You can win real money on your phone. No cap. Be 21 plus, New Jersey only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bally Bet Sportsbook and Casino.
Download it.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, so breaking news on the Sports Bash. The Eagles have signed somebody. Yes, they have signed somebody. According to multiple reports, the Eagles have added free agent running back Corey Dillon. Not Corey Dillon, A.J. Dillon. Corey Dillon, the Patriot Bengal. This is A.J. Dillon, the former Packer. He was actually a pretty good player. Missed last year with a neck injury, and he gets a 1-year deal. He gets clearance from his neck problem that he had, but he was a pretty good player. I think he went to Boston College. Is that the
that is correct.
Accurate college for me there?
Sir, that is correct.
I'm good at the college game. So A.J. Dillon, the running back, I guess he's in there to replace Kenny Gainwell, who obviously signed away with the Steelers.
What's interesting is that, Dillon was a power back. He was like the change-up to Aaron Jones for a couple years in Green Bay. He's not really known as a third down back, so they're going to maybe change how they utilize the backs on third down maybe?
Well, as we know with the Eagles, the running back doesn't catch the ball in the backfield all that much.
True.
26 years old, 2,400 yards, 18 total touchdowns for A.J. Dillon, who has played most of his or all of his career with the Green Bay Packers. So he'll now be the second guy behind Saquon Barkley. But I would say this, better player than Gainwell if he's 100% healthy and kind of, he's only 26 years old. He's the kind of guy, I put it this way, if Barkley, God forbid, got hurt, A.J. Dillon could be a number one back. 100%. Where I don't think that's Gainwell's thing. All right, Bet365 play of the day. How'd we do last night?
We're 1-1. You are 126, 85-1.
126-85-1. Tonight we're going Dallas and the Spurs over 236.5 in the NBA. That's my Bet365 play of the day. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Big audience today, everybody out there. Appreciate you guys. We'll do it again tomorrow. Game night's coming up next. Sixers, Raptors tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Josh has tickets for you. And starting tomorrow, you can qualify to win Phillies home opener tickets.
It's Sixers Raptors tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Quick Grimes in traffic, spins, keeps it, drives, left hand lands good. What a remarkable play by Grimes.
It's Sixers Raptors tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
Are you kidding me? He rocks the rim with a right-hand jam.
97.3 ESPN.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few tabs. All tournament long.